All right, we can get started. Hi, everybody. Welcome to the show. Sorry I had no morning show yesterday, but I slept through it the whole early part of the day because I did two shows and a full rehearsal on Sunday, and then right after my late show on Sunday, drove back to Vegas. So I arrived around 4:30 a.m. and collapsed. So I still have not caught up on my sleep, but I think I will be able to get through this show without... But thank you anyways for those who were missed me, and I appreciate it. Sometimes I forget just how real this show has become, because it certainly has. And especially if I'm like away from it for a day when it's normally that I'm on, especially on a Monday where I'm on twice a day, it's a lot. Like I get kind of like, where are you? I miss you guys. It's great. It's actually a really nice thing. So it's nice to be on even once today. I'll be on tomorrow 2 times, morning show and afternoon show. Of course, Philip Bittner will be joining us for the Wednesday show and the morning show tomorrow. 9 a.m. for the new folks. And there are a bunch of them. Apparently, biggest spike in new subscriptions in the last 28 days that we've had in the entire existence of the channel. It's like 2,000 people all at once. So we cracked the 37,000 number almost immediately. Nutty. And so that's amazing. And it's really nice. So welcome. Not just to the people who want to be here, but also the trolls. I understand that, you don't really have any place better to be, and we all know that about you, and it's okay. It's really okay. And you'll find, because if you're new here as a troll, that our chat room is kind of impervious to your bullshit. I'm sorry. I feel like I owe you an apology right out of the gate. They're just not going to get upset by the stuff that usually upsets other chat rooms. They're not going to chase... incendiary comments down rabbit holes and get into flame wars because, quite frankly, we know better. And it's adorable that you guys even try, but we appreciate it. We really do. Because without you, we would not be interested. I just saw that. We would not be presented to all the weird corners of the internet that we are allowed to do. And by the way, YouTube is up and running. It was not temporarily, but and why is it looks blurry to me on there? Why is that? Why would that be? Maybe it's just my stream quality. Maybe it's just the size of this thing. What's up? Stream settings, analytics, stream health, excellent. Says it's excellent, but it looks blurry to me on there. Maybe it's just it's not giving me the screen back. Does it look okay? Yeah, I know my show is too smart for trolls, and so is my chat room. That's the thing. Great. Okay, as long as it's working on that end. I was just seeing, no, YouTube is on. It's just, it was, for whatever reason, because I use a service to split my signal and send it to multiple places, they all go on at once. And occasionally, one of them will have a hitch in its get-along. It's just a digital thing or whatever. And quite frankly, it's like a fuse in your house, where you either have to push the little plunger on the bathroom outlet, or you have to go outside and just go, oh, okay, and that's fine. So we're all been running. Whew, man, I know it's another 0.1K today. I know we're on a roll, and so I feel like I should get to the the point of the show right away and which is of course me. Hi. Sorry. So hope you had a wonderful 4th of July. Mine was obviously mixed in some ways, in that we got to see some lovely fireworks around here. It was a bit crazy. They canceled the pro fireworks down on the strip. And so there was an entire, what looked like 10-mile strip of road in Vegas that was literally, fireworks were going off about 8 stories high, all the way down. Like, it looked like the city was on fire, but in the most beautiful, spectacular way. A lot of locals out setting off fireworks, and just all like, and surprisingly enough, all of our cats just did not give a shit. Years past, they've been a little nervy. This time they were like, bah, shook it off. Obviously, the other side of it was, of course, the shooting in Highland Park yesterday, which there's a lot to unpack, and emotionally, I feel like it's more for a morning show, so I'll talk about it later in the week. But those of you know that I went to New Trier in Chicago. I lived in Winnetka, 4 blocks from school. I walked to school every day. I was there when Lori Dan went on her shooting spree. They locked us down in our school when that happened. This is not first for me, even in that area. And my dad's girlfriend at the time, the woman he was dating the entirety of my time in high school, lived in Highland Park. So we were up there all the time. And so I have actually been to the Highland Park 4th of July celebration before. Was doing a lot of checking in on people. A lot of, the people that I know are either have their own kids now and stuff. So I was more concerned about people that I went to high school with who, married up by finding somebody in Highland Park. And they, just checking on them and their kids. Everybody, that it was in my circle was fine. There were obviously, they friends of friends that were injured. So it's a lot. Thank you, Krista, for being a new Patreon member. Thank you guys for being here. I greatly appreciate it. So yeah, it was, and the fact that it was just a incel looking Trumpster is of no surprise to anybody. And having, well, like I said, there's so much to unpack. It's a whole other show. So I'm going to do that on part of the morning show. More than likely it'll be Friday since Philip is with us tomorrow and we deal with mostly the Ukraine stuff, if that's all right. And it'll give everybody time to digest what happened a little bit. But there you go. Akron canceled their fireworks as well. That's a whole unpacking as well. That's what the morning show is for. We can get a little more philosophical and a little more personal, and we can talk about more stuff because there's too much stuff, quite frankly, for us to even get to, including new footage from Unprecedented, the documentary footage that was given to the January 6th committee, which I guess all 11 hours will be eventually available for viewing, all of it. Whew. Yeah, that's right. Every video that they are presenting, like all the depositions, redacted, I would suppose, for any kind of national security reasons. Everything else is eventually going to be released by the January 6th committee. So all the complaints that they're just leaking stuff out or giving little snippets, and that's, tainting the jury pool, as it were, bullshit. All of it's going to come out, and so you can either weigh what was shown against what was completely there, or you can go, oh shit, it was even worse, which is more likely what you'll do. How can fireworks be fun again? They will be. Don't worry. The world has been through a lot, and we will get through this as well. You'll recall we actually have been through actual wars on our territory in the past, and every party you went to happened after that. It's kind of like the pandemic. Everybody was like, are we ever going to shake hands again? Remember that shit? Yeah. I'm hugging people all the time. Yeah. So believe me. All right. Next Gen 6 hearing is next week on the 12th. Yes, we will be. I will be watching that, and tweeting it, and then we'll talk about it afterwards. And Portland banned fireworks. Yay, says all the animals, I guess. Get used to, by the way, the idea that in the future, it's not going to be fireworks. It's going to be drones. You're going to see dancing drone things until somebody hacks the drones and attacks them, and everybody will go, shit, it was a lot safer when we were just blowing our fucking thumbs off. Anyway, so this is the trailer from Unprecedented, and it was included in the footage, and Politico got a copy of it. So let's check it out, shall we? I'm excited. Oh, wait, I've got to turn the audio's on. Okay, I think. That's loud.
Okay.
Do you see this line?
Oh, yeah. Tired. I did evangelicals for Trump, then I did Indian Americans for Trump, then I...
Well, and boy, is my penis tired. The music tells me that this is not going to be flattering.
Did Asian Pacific, Americans for Trump.
Asian Pacific Americans for Trump. I guess these are he went to Chinatown in San Francisco, in theory.
My father, the people's president.
We will make liberals cry again.
I don't think you want to have the water in the picture, right? You can take it on.
So as a family, we've done 55 events in 48 hours.
As a family, we've done 55 events in 48 hours, and still haven't spoken to each other.
The campaign basically was a family operation.
I'm washing my hands after.
Yes, it wasn't professional. If that's what you mean. Also, that's how mobs work. It's a family thing. You're a member of the family, and we can trust you. I'm so disappointed.
Giving a bunch of fist bumps, you know?
Is that okay?
Giving a bunch of fist bumps so he's washing his hands.
Yeah,
As you do.
I will take the table.
Maybe I should just, like, Magatsu, have the, like, dog on my lap. Can I borrow your dog? Can I borrow Paco? Stroking the dog.
Put the table back and put the water on the table without the thing on top of it.
This is a business.
Oh, this feels good.
This is a business. That's a great phrase. Oh, yeah.
Where you have to be in it for the right reasons.
This is a fraud on the American public.
For the sake of this country, we're gonna get these guys.
Let's kick some ass. Let's win.
Let's walk down Pennsylvania Avenue.
They threw the damn match.
Get the roaches
Meanwhile,
out, all of them. When you manipulate people, that has consequences.
Donald Trump was able to use his children as the embodiment of Trump, the brand.
Ivanka, I suppose. And I don't know. I don't think that applies to Eric. I'm just gonna and by the way, that's supposed to be some sort of profound statement. Donald Trump used his children to be the embodiment of the Trump brand. Let's understand the Trump brand also involves Trump steaks and Trump water and Trump airlines and Trump the football team and Trump casinos and any number of other Eric level failures.
Unconventional person.
He believes that everything that he's doing is right.
How's that look?
Yeah, that's the sign of a psychopath. I consider myself a really good guy, but I don't think everything I'm doing is right ever. As a matter of fact, I think that's crucial to being a good person, is sometimes questioning whether you're doing the right thing. Right? Jesus.
Trump has always looked at his project as a dynastic one.
Yes, started by his father. He's this, like, when you take toilet paper, he's the piece you pull second and fold under the third. What? A dynastic one. And then Eric calls him and he's like, the dynasty is dead. We're more like Knots Landing. I gotta be honest. We're kind of a knockoff dynasty.
They have a base. They have their own base. People have no idea how hard this family worked.
Yes. Well, we certainly don't see it.
It's part of my base.
This is my house!
Right? Let's go.
Yikes. Yikes. Oh, God. First of all, the thing is going to be infuriating. Secondly, I have to say, I got to say, I will watch it. It's going to be on, I think, Discovery Plus. We all will. I know that. And, I can't cover it because it's not something, I'll just get a copyright strike, I'm sure. But I'd like to say for the record that in these situations, I don't need any of the commentators, the pundits talking about it. Honest to God. If he's got that much footage, if he's got so much footsie, if he's got that much footage of the entire Trump family, I'd rather see them narrate their own failures through contradictory language, because that's how you do it. You know what I mean? You take something they say and then you reverse the camera, flip the image, and then let them say something that they are totally contradicting by their behavior. So they inversely, they are their own critic, right? So I'm fascinated. We shall see what we shall see. And it's funny that they would set this up as like the brand. Oh, Robert, thank you so much. Marianne returned from Florida. Oh my gosh, positive for COVID-19. Really just a bad head cold. I'm glad you guys are okay. I'm glad you're vaxxed. You know what? This brings up something. Can I, real quick? So many people, bless you, Robert, and thanks everybody for the support too. It's also abundantly clear that I'm one of those people that if I get paid by the day. So I'm not, I can't, this show isn't in coasting mode yet. I can't count on people. I don't have enough stacked old videos that people watch them. And even still, since I deal with topical stuff, I have to keep producing new stuff or I don't eat. So thank you for watching the show daily and when you do. But anyways, Robert, there's a phrase some people are familiar with, and I have mangled it myself. I will admit to this. Feed a fever, starve a cold, feed a fever, right? Or feed a fever, starve a cold, like inverted. The actual phrase is, if you starve a cold, you will feed a fever, meaning that fasting is terrible for a cold. The opposite of what the truncated version of that phrase would make you think. Yeah, that's not that right. That phrase is completely fucking wrong. The original phrase is if you starve a cold, you will feed a fever, meaning you will get sick. You'll get more sick. Just saying. So I'm throwing that out there. Oh, why is my okay, stream health got weird. I don't know why, YouTube's just being peculiar today. I'm just saying. I'm gonna I'm reloading that page. There's something up with YouTube streaming quality right now. So if it goes in and out, I apologize. Thank you, Kathy. But yeah, now you know. You're welcome. This is me helping you. So when you have a cold, fucking eat something. Otherwise, you will get sicker and get a fever, and the infection will take off. Yes, feed a cold, starve a fever. Right. It's how about this? Fast with some regularity and you will get sick less. Maybe that's where it should go. But there you go. So I'm just telling you this. That whole phrase is bullshit. So I'm throwing that out there. There you go. Eat pho if you have a cold. That's true. Yeah, that's why soup, and that's why it's always like, starve a cold, feed a fever is fucked up, because we all know that you have it's like why you get chicken soup, or why matzo ball soup with chicken in is called Jewish penicillin, right? Because you have some broth and it'll help you fight the cold, right? And then it keeps the infection from growing to where you have a fever and you have to fight it off and your body shuts. There you go. All right, now, just throwing that out there. I thought that was a fascinating addition. I found that out because I was looking for the origin of money is the root of all evil. Many of you have heard this phrase before, money is the root of all evil. That's not the actual phrase. The original phrase is the love of money is the root of all evil. Not money. The love of money. Greed, essentially, is the root of all evil. Greed for the sake of gathering, right? So, right, exactly. And many people, it's one of those, it's interesting that one is one that people know, but they still say the other all the time also. Anyways, I was looking up the original quote where they came up with, and it came up on a page of phrases people get wrong. And I was like, get out of here with the feed a fever, starve a cold stuff is backwards and wrong. Yeah, just drink more water. That's true. Water. It's what's in you. What? So, yes, I'm rehydrating after a weekend of crazy travel and the like. Okay, so it's funny that they bring up the quality of the brand in Trump world. By the way, you're watching HAL SPARKS Mega Worldwide because you could be anywhere right now. Some of you might be aliens watching this from another galaxy, And I would like to say to you, frankly, no, we're not all this smart and cute. But I try. I mean, I'm trying to make everybody smarter and a little bit cuter, just by, you know, spreading the charm around. Like and subscribe, give a thumbs up, unless you're all you're hearing from me is clicks and beeps. All right. But when they were talking about the brand that the Trump children represent in this regard, this more than, you know, any of the other children is the crux point between how shitty the brand is and how much can be made of it anyways. So Eric would be the shit end of the brand, and Ivanka and Jared would be the ones that are making the most out of the brand worldwide, because they're making billions on this overseas and in other businesses. They're taking the Trump brand and still squeezing every ounce of something out of it, whereas Eric is more indicative of the genuine lack of value of the brand, and Don is sort of straddling the middle, right? He's got the namesake of the dad, and yet the shitty baggage of Eric, the rare animal murdering dickhead. And so, and neither one of them seemingly talk to Ivanka or Jared and Ivanka are stiff arming the shit out of them, hoping that when it seems, and I don't think they wish any ill on their father physically, but they're aware that older people have shelf lives, and that eventually he's going to, move on to the, he's going to shuffle off this mortal coil. And when he does, the mechanical business, the Trump organization won't be worth shit, but the brand itself might be in like salvageable as a Kardashian style brand. They can just sell shit based on that. Like, the old man but he had a lot of fans, and they can just sell shit based on that. Meanwhile, these dickheads will be just, fucking poaching koalas or some shit. Anyways, here we go. This is going to have an ad, isn't it?
This is a full 3 months of food without needing any refrigeration or special storage. And you're
wow. Guys, they're saying...
Wow. Guys. Uh-oh. Shit. Why would you be... Hold on. Why are you this stupid? Why is this man this dumb? Where are we? It's here. Sony, the Venmo, the comms window. It's here. So we take this. We go to filters, edit filters. We turn the chroma key back on. I'm going to close it. I don't know why in the world this asshole would want to walk around Epstein Forest. It's hard to say why he would want to do this. It's almost as dumb as wearing a green shirt, but some people have to learn their lesson the hard way. Anyways, sorry, Don, you were saying
the quiet part out loud at this point. They're not even covering it up anymore.
No, they're not. They're not covering it up. Things are revealed every time we look at it. It's almost as like they can't hide it. It's almost like it's behind them all the time, looking over their shoulder.
This is a White House spokesperson at the White House talking about
a White House spokesperson at the White House talking about what?
This is just what we're going to have to do to preserve the new liberal world order. Now,
okay, there is no new liberal world order. The liberal world order is the common parlance for rules-based societies and democracies and the normal interaction of countries, as opposed to an authoritarian or dictatorial world order. The liberal world order is you do your thing, I'll do my thing, and we'll try to work it out in the middle, and we'll just respect each other's differences, and we'll try to make the best of these of our commonalities. But of course, most of the people, I've seen a bunch of people talking about this clip. Most of the people talking about it know better. I don't think he does. I think he's that fucking dumb. I think he thinks it's liberal as in liberals, as in Democrats. Like it's going to be the Democrat world order. Like that's he very well is that fucking stupid.
Now remember, guys, all that New World Order stuff.
Yes, that's bullshit.
I remember that. That was a conspiracy theory. It's a right-wing conspiracy theory.
Well, it's arguably a Russian conspiracy theory.
It's totally unfounded, other than maybe when they're saying it with their mouths at the White House.
In the woods, surrounded by the ghost of my father and a dead child molester.
Doesn't seem like a conspiracy theory when it's literally coming out of their mouths.
Yeah, it's weird. It's almost like, power brokers behind the scenes, would create like weird, like buddy systems where they could manipulate politicians and people in power using, I don't know, sexual blackmail or their own, pervy particularities to control the world. And I don't know. I'm going into tinfoil hat land with this.
How is it sustainable to pay $4.85 at the pump? Well, everyone's just going to have to suffer a little bit so the leftists can put forth their communist crap.
Yeah, liberal and communist aren't the same thing, dum-dum. They're communist crap. Yeah, and the alternative is we need to nationalize the oil companies.
So they can drive every small business, every family.
Oh, he's spitting again. All right.
Going to have to suffer a little.
They're going to have to suffer
a little bit so the leftists can put forth their communist crap. So they can drive every small business, every family.
Oh, family. Spit on family. That makes sense. Yeah, I guess you have to tag where the spit comes to kind of, understand where the psychological problem, what the hitch is. It's kind of like when you stammer or screw up a word in particular. Sometimes it's just the difficulty of saying the word. But if it's a recurring kind of thing, you're like, maybe this person just has a problem saying that. Yes, and $4.85 is down from $5. The gas prices are going to come down.
Your livelihoods, everything, into the ground.
Into the ground, which is why 47 million people traveled for 4th of July.
To push their agenda through. They don't care. If you go bankrupt, if your business goes out, who cares?
Who cares? It's almost like he's arguing for more stimulus. Oh, I'm sorry. Can we rewind this and find video of him talking about the American Rescue Plan and how that's just throwing money at people and yeah.
They'll make you a government dependent and you'll vote for Democrats for the freebies for the rest of your life.
Your life?
I don't understand.
You gotta deliver. They're gonna put you on a welfare leash, and you won't even know how to make the goo.
It's a little rough when the the standard fare talking points collide with the ones that are the new one. Because I guess you have to kind of duct tape them together so there's some continuity of thought. I guess
that's the liberal world order, folks.
It is. I always thought it was countries that were law-based as opposed to, monarchical, dictatorial, authoritarian, or theocratic, interacting with each other on trade and on, national security interests that they coordinate between each other and those kind of things. But I suppose we're supposed to think that the U.S. and Canada and most of South America and almost all of Europe and a good portion of the Middle East, for example, that we all the way we've been interacting since World War II, and previous to that, obviously in fits and starts, has been just a big commie wonderland.
Folks, who knows who they'll incorporate into this nonsense?
No one is going to be incorporated into your explanation of things. If you're, that's the only nonsense I can see bandied about in this current conversation.
But this is what they're doing. They don't care. And again, you're going to feel it at the pump this weekend. Watch the clip.
They say that this...
Oh, yeah.
Watch the clip. He's going to say liberal world order.
...could be a long war measured in years. And I think everybody understands why this is happening, but is it sustainable? What do you say to those families who say, listen, we can't afford to pay for
nasally Magoo? That's a Deanne, that's a terrible way to refer to him that is completely justified. All right.
$4.85 a gallon for months, if not years. This is just not sustainable.
Well, the idea is that the $4.85 at the gallon doesn't necessarily have to be sustainable if, as refining capacity increases and we get back to the number we were at in 2018, for example, over time that'll tear that down and we'll come up with other sources to get it. The current removal of Russian oil and the rising of the worldwide price around this is the reason for the spike currently. And then, in many ways, I would like people to frame this conversation around slave labor in China. Are people going to pay more for a cotton shirt? This kind of slavery in China might go on for years. And if we're not going to allow that cotton to be sold into the United States, or companies that use that cotton to sell it into the United States, that's going to raise the price of clothing in the United States over time. Do you think Americans will stand for it? Do you think Democrats should be punished this fall for the cost of cotton going up because Uyghur Muslims are being forced to pick cotton? I mean, I don't know a more direct slavery reference that Americans can possibly understand than that reality, which is true. But imagine being a news person, or especially being someone like Don Jr., and arguing that the U.S. government is attacking its own citizens by not allowing the purchase of cotton and cotton items from China because they engage in slave labor. Just run that through your dome when you're hearing this conversation about oil, because the price of oil per barrel is up because of the 5 million barrels a day removed from the Russian embargo. And so therefore, if that's the complaint currently, you're like, this conversation is, do you think Americans are cool with paying more at the pump, considering, or will they just go, you know what, fuck it. I'm cool with the Chechen rape squads. I'm cool with the mass graves in Ukraine. Just let them have it.
Well, what you heard from the president today was a clear articulation of the stakes. This is about the future of the liberal world order, and we have to stand firm.
You think this is an administration that cares anything about you?
Yes. That's why they would fight for the liberal world order instead of just trying to turn us into another dictatorship. Because if the liberal world order falls and our method of governance is the minority on earth again, which it was for 150 years, then the chances of us becoming more like Russia in our structure grows. Now, his dad would love that, because if we were that way, his dad would still be in power. He would still be the president if that was the case. Now, president wouldn't be a useful word for it anymore. It's like saying, President Xi Jinping. He's not a president. Presidents are elected. He was selected. That's not how it works. His dad would love for that to happen, as would his friends.
You think this is an administration that could care less? Remember last year,
Yes, they could care less because they care a lot. We care a lot. All right, so could care less versus couldn't care less. If they could care less, it means they care. If they couldn't care less, it means they can't care less. Meanwhile, as a Democrat, I care a lot.
Patronizing, you saved 16 cents on your barbecue. This year, that same basket of goods, $10 more expensive. They don't care.
Yes, they do. Because $10 more expensive, by the way, which is more affordable as wages have gone up. It's still an issue, still a problem, but we're nowhere near the problem you're seeing even in Europe, much less the rest of the fucking world. Oh, thanks, Michelle.
They don't care. They'll burn it all down.
No, they're not. You don't pass an infrastructure bill if you want to burn it all down. You don't pass the first gun regulation in 30 years if you want to burn it all fucking down.
Along with your livelihood, your well-being.
How? Honest to God, on a personal note, and this is true for him as well. He and I both make a living the same way now. We both talk on the internet. Every other, there's a lot of variance in that. I don't do any real estate, neither does he. I don't have any major investments, neither does he. We both yammer on the internet. That's where the similarities end, but that's a clear part of it. Now, which means, technically speaking, both he and I, our livelihood has been greatly improved by the potential for rural broadband. That's right. The idea that all over this country, people will get better internet. So insofar as my livelihood improving, it's going to increase greatly.
Your prosperity, down the tubes. It's for the liberal world order, guys. So everyone's going to have to feel the pain so we can...
Ah, fuck, he spit 3 times in that last little... That was like pa-ta-pa-pa. At least he's outside. Does the family know he's going to spit during a video? And they're like, you're going to spit during this one. Can you go outside, please? Also, he's wearing a... you can't really tell because I don't know why the green in this image has been messed with. But he's wearing a camo glasses holder, like he's Rambo the librarian. Okay, so if he drops his glasses, he'll have a 50% chance, a lower chance of finding them.
The crap that America doesn't want, because this isn't what they sold you guys. They did.
Yeah, they did. Supporting democracy and reinforcing our position as the premier democracy in the world was absolutely a part of what I voted for with Biden.
Hey, we're not gonna end energy independence in America.
No, and we're not. We haven't. Again, like the oil and gas. Let's see. Gas prices in U.S. dollars worldwide. Let's see. Here you go. Let's see. Gas prices around the world. Can you at least put them in order? Gee whiz. Okay. Well, I'll show you. Hold on. This is fun. Okay, so down here, United States, $4.79. That's our current, $4.89 around there, $4.79. So, you know, this is maybe a week ago or something like that. Zimbabwe, it's $5.46. What do you think the average income of somebody in Zimbabwe is to pay that much per gallon? The average in the United States is $68,000 to $70,000 a year. In China, it's less than $9,000. Or sorry, in Russia, it's less than $9,000. In China, it's somewhere around $8,000, $8,600. UK, $8.17 a gallon, double in the UK what we pay. Ukraine, it's $6.51. Turkey, there's $5.80. That's because they're one of the stop-offs, and there's huge refineries there. So that's one. Sweden, it's $9 a gallon. Singapore, $8.76. Now, Sweden is closer in terms of your what people make for a living, and has a lot more social programs to kind of lift people up if they fall below a certain line. So the expense in that is a lot of taxes and other stuff, but that's still a high price for them to pay. Singapore, $8.76. Sierra Leone, $4.34. It's cheaper in Sierra Leone. Now, I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, how? By God, how much? Let's see. Income per capita, Sierra Leone. Why am I in all caps? Okay, here we go. Sierra Leone has cheaper gas than we do. $4.34 a gallon. Per capita income for a person, this is fucked up, is $540 in 2019. It's $490 in 2020. It's been declining, but it hovers around the average person per capita in Sierra Leone makes $500. That's gross national income. Jesus. Yeah, the gross national income for Sierra Leone is $490 a year. That's when you talk about like people living for less than $1 a day. That's what they're talking about. That's Sierra Leone. And in Sierra Leone, a gallon of gas is going to set you back 1% of your yearly income. Saudi Arabia, $2.35. Gee, I wonder why. Russia, $3.03. Again, control points. Qatar, all these countries that make it have a bunch of it sitting around. It's cheaper. Shipping is a huge part of the cost. Transportation of fuel is a ginormous part of the cost. Poland, $6.52. Pakistan, $3.43. That's because they're a transit area. They have deals with Kazakhstan and other countries to transit. Netherlands, $9.20. Mozambique, again, $4.59. You're talking about people who are making $1 a day. That's 4 days. You got to work for 4 days for a gallon of gas. Mexico, $4.55. Malawi, Madagascar, Ireland's $5.09. Hong Kong, it's $11.21. Greece, $9.29. Denmark, $10. Belgium, $8. Australia's at $5.45. They're a little closer. Benin's at $3.73. Brazil, $5.78. And again, if you wash these with the income of the people, you know how like here China at $5.50. The average income in China is like I said, it's a little under $9,000. China eradicated poverty, according to them. You know how they did it? They said if you have even a penny over $400 a year, you're no longer in poverty, because their gauge for poverty is kind of Sierra Leone. And you go from being in poverty to not being in poverty in $1. 400 to 401. At that $1, you're no longer in poverty. And there are no social programs really to speak of to cover for that. But this is, America having half the price that it's in the UK is the destruction of the American dream.
America day one. Remember all these things they promised you, and now they're doing exactly the opposite?
No, they aren't, because we got out of Afghanistan. We passed an infrastructure bill. There was a rescue package. They had a plan to get everybody vaccinated. Life is coming back online in the United States at a faster clip than most because everybody's vaccinated.
Well, keep in mind, as you go into 4th of July weekend, and I hope you
be mad this weekend, and I hope you remember to be pissed off.
You guys have an awesome one.
I will have an awesome one, and I did have an awesome one, and I'm going to have an awesome one, and I will and continue in the future to have awesome ones because it's one of my favorite holidays, but also because of a certain prediction that was made about 4th of July. Normally, I like to do videos that are directly timely, but the next video, I had to wait. I had to wait. Well, I'll show you why in a moment.
But when you fill up your tank,
be mad. When you fill up your tank, be angry. You won't be angry when you get where you're going, and you won't be angry the rest of the time. But I need you to get pissed because you think reality would be different if my dad was in there fucking things up.
Watch. Pay
yes.
attention. When you go shopping for your barbecue, watch and pay attention.
Oh, I'm watching and paying attention. I see things. I want you to know that when I'm noticing things like when you're on screen right now. There's just things about you. There's little things that just remind me who you are, who your dad is, you know.
This is Democrat policy. This is what it gets you. And they're not even pretending anymore, guys.
Well, nobody's... And again, I think this applies to other people. I think the people who are clamoring about the liberal world order, you know, as some sort of like gaffe or giveaway, when it's Ben Shapiro and Mark Levin and those crowd, they're bullshitting you. They know exactly what that phrase means. They're just jumping on it. When even the hosts at Fox News, when they use that phrase and they're like, oh, see, liberal world order, they want us all to be liberals. They know better. This asshole doesn't.
Remember, conspiracy theory to truth used to be about 6 months.
No. No, it's not about 6 months. We did land on the moon. They've been talking about that shit since the 80s, maybe the late 70s, probably.
These days, it feels like it's about 6 minutes.
That's because you're dumb. Also, I mean, it used to be a conspiracy theory that Jeffrey Epstein would cozy up to the rich, famous, and politically connected and engage them in sex with children, let's be frank, underage human beings, and use that as a pivot, you know, as a point of control for that person. I've heard that. I mean, now, if, you know, but there have been a lot of rich and famous people around him. If he was caught and he passed away, you know, in his cell, for example, and there were questions about it at all, I think the person, you know, who was running the country at the time might be kind of suspect number one. If I was conspiracy minded, I'm not, obviously. Okay, that's, yeah, see, so there's a bunch of these like liberal world order videos that they put up. Yeah, NWO, WEF, liberal world, and yeah, like even Russell Brand said this shit. Like, and the liberal world order is what we live in and have been living in for a long time. It's about living in a democracy, being able to choose your leaders, being able to interact with other countries that operate the same way. Rules-based interaction of countries, not war, not authoritarianism, not the Vladimir Putin way. This is the liberal world order is the opposite of the system Vladimir Putin wants to set up. So anybody who's bullshitting you about liberal world order and new world order and that kind of stuff are, you know, are conspiratorial terms, which, by the way, the new world order, if you have a problem with that, ask yourself, what was the old world order? I'm starting to think that libertarians are liberals who are liberal vegetarians, and they've just... And you know who was a vegetarian? Hitler. Yeah. Hitler was also a nationalist and a socialist. So nationalists, like white nationalist, he was a white nationalist, and he was in the National Socialist Party, so he was also a socialist. And so words, if you take words and you make them mean stuff, you can also make them mean other stuff. I'm like, Jesus Christ, this is fucking childish garbage. Anyway, so this is the video I had to wait to do. By the way, you're watching HAL Sparks Mega Worldwide, and I greatly appreciate it. Like and subscribe, give a thumbs up, support the show in any way that you can. I have to say that a couple of times, I think because I didn't do a show yesterday, a couple of people were either back watching some other videos or whatever, and they Venmo'd to support the show while they were doing it, and it came up. And I saw it appear on my phone. Mary, thank you so much, by the way. That when it came up, let me see if it's still on my watch. It does go back that far. I'm sorry. We had a couple of people do it, and it warms the cockles of my heart. And I would show them to you, but this is I would get a copyright strike or something, or no, I'd get a TOS strike. Copyright strike. That's my balls are copyrighted. My cockles are copyrighted. Yeah. So bless you for that support when these videos come up and I'm not here doing a live show. When that happens, I'm like, oh, they didn't forget about me. Yeah. Yes, that's what it was. Thank you, Rallis Mom, that you tipped to PayPal for Chip. Yes. Lovely. So this is the video I waited to do, and you'll see why. Now, this is Alex Jones, and I think he's got Roger Stone. I have not watched it because I wanted to save it. I feel one of the greatest comedies ever is the movie 2012. If you watched it in January of 2013, you know what I mean? Because when 2012 was coming up, there was a lot of like, oh God, maybe the Aztecs, who, quite frankly, predicted the end of their own civilization. Just they were a little early. Predicted that the world would end, or just died off before they could update their calendar. You know, we're going to find out that they had planned an update. You can only have a calendar so big once you run out of stone. You're like, you know, if I'm just telling you guys, and this works for 2,000 years, but in a couple thousand years, we're going to have to tweak this shit. Like, we'll be around. Yeah, the Mayans. Thank you. Beg your pardon. The Aztecs just, ate hearts and, hope for one. Yeah. So anyways, when, if you watch 2012, it's like watching all like Y2K warning videos in 2000. You know what I mean? It's great. It's just so fun. Let's see. Hal, are you with Patreon? That's also going to, yes, I have a Patreon, patreon.com/HalSparks. Please support. Thank you so much. Lovely, lovely. All right. So wait, why does it say banned video? Because they call it banned video. Because if you trademark it as banned video, it doesn't have to be true. It's like Fair and Balanced on Fox News it's a trademark phrase. And trademark phrases, the Supreme Court has ruled, aren't lies. Because technically, Coke isn't life, right? Which, one of my favorite stories of advertising ever is, of course, the Diet Coke ad they ran in Japan, where they wanted to directly translate the ad campaign that they had about Diet Coke in Japan, and they were like, just do it word for word. And when they did, the phrase came that they put up billboards all over Japan that said, Diet Coke, it brings your ancestors back from the dead. And so lessons about trademarking. So this video, and there'll probably be an ad for Prepper Food on this one too. This is on Alex Jones' show, June 29th, 2022. Got 9,746 views and 214 rumbles. I don't know why people didn't go back and give this a shit ton of rumbles after the fact. Why didn't they do it today? Let's see. Let's see. Sponsored ad. There we go. All right, here we go.
I think he announces sooner rather than later. I think.
And by the way, I feel like I've been hit in the face with the ugly stick.
I think he announces as early as July.
As early as July.
I think these kind of attacks probably accelerate that, if anything. DeSantis needs to stick to his knitting and get reelected governor before he could move out openly in a presidential campaign. Yes, that's what you want to do, is run on getting reelected in Florida when everybody thinks you're going to kick out. By the way, I think half of the voters in Florida that might vote his way, there's a bunch of like ones that hate the fact that they think he's shivving Trump, and he's going to run. But also the fact that like you're going to go through this whole process to elect this dude, and then you're going to have a fucking special election because you are damn sure he's not going to serve his whole term. He's not going to commit to serving his whole term. The one big call that'll come up, like you watch probably, I'd say September to October, that's when the push on DeSantis will come. And I think Nikki Fried should also, like reinforce this, her entire campaign. And Democrats down there should push this, like make him state out loud that he's going to serve his whole term, that he's not going to run for, governor of Florida and then halfway through pull a Sarah Palin. I do think he is sizing up, taking on the champ.
The champ. Oh, is someone else besides Trump running? That's John Voight, right?
New national poll last week out of McLaughlin and Associates in the game.
Oh, McLaughlin, really?
That's weird. You're going to tell me that a McLaughlin poll favors Trump? What are the odds?
The way pundit shows that Trump easily dispatches all comers. It's his race to lose.
Yes, and if we know Trump at all, he will lose because that's what he is. He's a loser. Even when he won the presidency, he lost the popular vote, and even now to this day, he's a sore loser. And the sore part is just a modifier. I think loser is the key character trait.
In all honesty, Alex, as I've said here on the program before,
excuse me, you have not. In all honesty is not a phrase you can legally use.
Expected the president to wait till after the midterms, but to become a candidate fairly early. I now believe that he could be accelerating his time frame because
he follows your advice, because he's a lunatic. Also, that picture behind him is creeping me out more than the Jeffrey Epstein shot. Seriously.
All of these attacks on him need to be seen in the context of the political attacks there are. And the reason they're attacking him is because they don't want him to run.
Well, yeah, but they don't want him. A lot of people don't want him to run on the Republican side. But the reason why Democrats, we don't want him to, it's not about running. It's about he doesn't deserve to be president. And so showing that is kind of important. We'd all like a functioning country.
So therefore, he will defy them, I think, by running.
Great. Yes, and I'm sure he can't wait to pass up on that sweet Save America money. He doesn't need it. Okay, that's why he's going to announce. That's why he announced. No, he didn't. That's why he's going to announce in July or on the 4th. I suppose he'll get around to saying that at some point. We're not going to do this whole thing because we know that they loop these videos on the Alex Jones show. They cut back and they do an ad and then they do the whole thing over again, whatever. But there is no fucking way Trump passes up the Save America money. He can't.
I do think it could be as early as the first week of July.
See, they do this shit, and then we'll see. Okay.
Up in their face, but they don't care. They just double down again with countries like Russia and Vladimir Putin, not just with the American people. It is insane. They've almost killed the dollar.
They've almost killed the dollar. They have 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 almost, sorry.
The BRICS group made up of Russia, China, India, and a bunch of other countries says they're leaving the dollar, and it's...
Yeah, it's going to totally happen. They've got, if you want to talk about trust between countries, look no further than Brazil, Russia, India, and China, Iran. Who else did they add? They added like 3 other countries. What are they going to do? Leg wrestle for their own Bitcoin? Get the fuck out of here.
It's happening. You talk about putting America into a collapse. You talk about...
No, nothing is even fucking close to that. The BRIC countries are not going to form their own unique alternative currency, you nutty fuck. Like this happened. We dealt with this shit last August.
About running us over the rocks if we were a ship. This is it. Or crashing us into an iceberg. This is insane. This is our live Wednesday broadcast, June 29th. The January 6th show trial whistleblower breaks record for congressional perjury.
Yeah, I don't even know what the fuck that is. It's just a made up phrase. Who held the record up till now? Roger Stone?
Cassidy Hutchinson told provable lies repeatedly on national stage with help of Liz Cheney and other deep state operatives.
Well, for the record, there are no deep state operatives because there's no deep state. She's not an other deep state operative because she's an elected representative. She could very well lose her seat And the deep state, if it does exist, you're talking about the bureaucratic people who are hired by elected officials to do the kind of structural work. And even those people can be relieved of their posts by the people that are elected by the people. So there is no deep state. Fuck you.
And now the Secret Service, by name, says they want to testify that none of what she said is true. And
yes, no, the Secret Service as a group is not testifying. And as a matter of fact, the story that came out, I think, is probably right after this, which made a lot of the, if you'll notice she lied about the Secret Service and they're going to come for her and they're ready to testify under oath, fell off a fucking cliff when Rolling Stone and CNN talked to other sources in the Secret Service who said, yeah, shit, that story was all over the place. She's not the only person telling that story. A lot of these guys told that same story to a bunch of fucking people.
And they never told anyone that. No one ever claimed that Trump went crazy and tried to grab the...
Okay. Also bullshit. Hold on. Let's see. Other. I can type, sort of. Let's see. Two Secret Services. Oh, sorry. Whoops. There you go. Get down here. Two Secret Service sources told CNN that Trump angrily demanded to be taken to the Capitol on January 6th, partly confirmed Cassidy Hutchinson's explosive testimony. So we now have three people, two Secret Service sources that are, she's, according to everybody else, like the two guys that told her this story, Bobby Engels and Arnado, both said, yeah, we'll testify that we didn't say that. Now, two other Secret Service people are saying, yeah, they did. They told her that. They told us that. They told a bunch of people that. And the question also, again, all that has to be true for her, and I do think this is a true story, but all that has to be true for her to be telling the truth is that she's relating a story she was actually told. They actually told her this. If the story is a lie, then they lied about it. Bobby Engels and Arnado lied to her about it. That's the only point of contention at this point. And I also call bullshit on this. He's a little late to the game. Yeah.
Wheel and did all this. It is all made up. It's all.
No, it is not. It's not even close to all made up. And by the way, the fact that this asshole is consider the history of Alex Jones and consider the history of Alex Jones's opinions about government and about unelected government workers, particularly, which would include the Secret Service. Holy shit. Just look at the number of opinions he has had over the years. And then tell me that all of a sudden, this woman who testifies under oath is less on television, is not to be trusted, but these two assholes who have said they will testify under oath and that they either didn't tell her that it didn't happen or that they didn't tell her, or they think they can circle the wagon since it's just them and Trump. And they're not going to check the other people. We'll see if these guys actually show up and testify. I doubt it. I think they're going to say we offered to testify and they didn't take us up on it, or the Jan 6 said, yeah, you can testify to it, but we're also going to bring in people that say you did say that besides her, and then they'll go, they turned us down because we had conditions on how and when we would testify.
Also come out that she lied about who wrote a note and said that she did it when it's on record and already testified who did, and Cheney knew that and said nothing. And then, of course...
What? You mean the note that she scribbled out? What the fuck are you talking about?
There's this lie that Trump's supposedly telling Mark Meadows that Roger Stone's never even talked to Mark Meadows.
Roger Stone has never talked to Mark Meadows? Ever? That's weird.
To call him and General Flynn. I mean, lie after lie after lie. Here's one of them.
Yeah, let's see.
Ms. Hutchinson, is it your understanding that President Trump asked Mark Meadows to speak with Roger Stone and General Flynn on January 5th?
That's correct. That is my understanding.
And Ms. Hutchinson, is it your understanding that Mr. Meadows called Mr. Stone on the 5th?
I'm under the impression that Mr. Meadows did complete both a call to Mr. Stone and General Flynn the evening of the 5th.
They're doing it again, Roger. They claim that you were in command of WikiLeaks, never talked to Assange, never said you did.
What? Is this another hyperbolic straw man attack?
And now they're telling another whopper of a lie and pointing their finger right at you. How?
Trump told Meadows to call Roger Stone and plan for some strange reason. Because everybody is an assistant to him, and everybody's in on the plan, or nobody is.
How surreal is this, my friend? Please respond.
Well, thank you, Alex. It's deja vu all over again.
Yes, you're back on Alex Jones to lie about what you've done and who you've spoken to, and you believe that somehow that everybody involved is going to has agreed to keep the secret on pain of death, and therefore you can just bullshit your way out of this. He doesn't give a shit about lying under oath, clearly, or lying to the FBI or what have you, and neither does Michael Flynn. And certainly Trump doesn't. But, it's like a big trust circle.
Not since the Ukrainian impeachment have I seen a more ham-handed, fabricated, loose, contrived narrative. This is essentially an elaborately produced television show with a fiction.
I think not elaborately, because if it was elaborate, they'd have like showgirls and stuff like that. It's a professionally produced
timeline that's one big infomercial against Donald Trump.
Yeah, but it's a good product, I will say, and I would stay up late at night to watch that infomercial.
If this was really a January 6th investigation, where is the stunning footage of the cold-blooded murder of Ashley Babbitt, the unarmed, decorated Air Force veteran who was shot in cold blood?
No, she was not shot in cold blood. She was actively breaching a barrier through a broken window. The guard did not walk up to her in a crowd standing around outside and just went, "I don't like the cut of her jib," and blew her brains out. That would be in cold blood. That's what that means. He didn't just fire randomly, not caring who he hit, into a crowd. She was the first according to one of the assholes that was on MTG's stream, she punched a dude so she could be first through the breach. Also, Roger, I would like to, I would question whether or not you or Alex Jones would ever have an event where you allow anybody to carry a backpack into it without it being checked.
Without warning, without a stand-down order.
Without warning? You don't need a fucking warning when you're breaking through a barrier in a building you're not supposed to fucking be in. You're already trespassing. You are already participating in the overwhelm and the crushing of a cop's vertebrae.
And was completely unarmed. Where is...
and by the way, no one is completely unarmed if you have big baggy clothes on and a backpack and you are with a crowd of people marauding in a government building. Period. End of fucking story. And do you think any of these assholes, remember the federal building in Portland? Remember all the firebombing that went on and all that kind of stuff? Do you think if one of the Antifa dudes had broken in through one of the doors and had been shot because he'd gotten through the door, that these assholes would be saying this innocent Antifa member was shot in cold blood by a federal guard or police officer? The fuck out of here. Of course not. It's an absurdity. The reason, they play this up, the fact that she was an Air Force vet or the fact that she wasn't armed, visibly armed. Now, again, remember, somebody placed fucking pipe bombs at the DNC and RNC headquarters when all this shit happened. There's a storm of people saying that they're going to hang the vice president. She's part of that crowd. She's got a backpack on. At what point do you allow people through these barriers while you're evacuating people and just go, well, I don't think she doesn't look like the bomb type? None of these assholes, including Alex Jones, would give a rat fuck if one of the Antifa members crawled through a window at the federal building in Portland and had their brains blown out. Forget it. They'd say they had it coming, and you go, but they were unarmed. But he had a backpack on. You don't know what's in there. It probably had cans of soup.
Here's the footage of Roseanne Boylan being bludgeoned to death.
She was stomped by her own fucking people, dumbass. They dragged her to the cops that Trump supporters were attacking. The cops tried to revive her too.
By Capitol Hill police officers.
She wasn't bludgeoned to death. They were giving her CPR, you dumb fuck.
Where's an examination of...
By the way, I'll tell you where that footage is. In your fucking head, because it doesn't exist, because that didn't happen. Neither did what he's saying about Ashley Babbitt. We saw that shit. Yeah, she was the woman that's Boylan's the one who was carrying the "Don't Tread on Me" flag, who was stepped on by Trump supporters.
Why the enormous doors of the Capitol that can only be opened electronically from the inside were open. Where are those facts?
First of all, they beat in the other doors. Secondly, they opened those doors with the actual button that allows them open. It's not like a magic switch. You don't have to, it's not like fucking National Treasure. You don't have to have a special iris code to, like walk up and they scan your irises. He's talking about, by the way, this particular magnet door story that they were telling each other, that this dude was like talking to somebody up here, and then the door wouldn't open, and then he talks to her, and then it suddenly does. The left door is open the whole fucking time. The right door has a switch on it that is right there. They opened both of them. It's just so lame.
Instead, they hype this up. So remember, Alex, it's key to recall.
It's key to recall my fake, made up bullshit.
We were told the hearings were done for June. Then they hastily said we have a surprise witness in newly found information. They won't tell anybody all day Thursday, all day, pardon the day before, who it is.
Oh, fuck you. And then
it's enormous hype, just hype. And they produce this woman who
and by the way, I almost think he fucking did that. That they didn't put it up, that he pushed a button to trigger a screen to come up. Like, he's that much of an asshole. That he's on InfoWars and he's got that on his feed to send to them. He can pop it up and just put it in front of his fucking face. And he did that.
Not only tells
they didn't put that up, I don't think.
A completely fabricated tale now debunked by the Secret Service that Donald Trump pitched a fit when his detail refused to drive him to the Capitol.
Bullshit. That was a regular story. Anyway, that's, by the way, the story of him pitching a fit isn't new. Was angry, Jan 6, go to Capitol. Let's see. Let's see, like a year. Let's see, and go to Capitol. When was it? Like March, maybe? Because there was a story that came out. Let's see. 7-1. How close? Case Trump allegedly. Because we just felt like I found this one before. Yeah, maybe we'll see this. Hold on. Yeah, here you go. Accounts of Trump angrily demanding to go to the Capitol on January 6th circulated into the Secret Service last year. While details are the accounts differ, the Secret Service sources say they were told an angry confrontation did occur, and their accounts align with significant parts of Hutchinson's testimony, which has been attacked as hearsay by Trump and his allies. Like Hutchinson, one source, a longtime Secret Service employee, told CNN that the agents relaying the story described Trump as demanding that the former president said something to, "I'm the fucking president of the United States. You can't tell me what to do. You're not my real dad," something along those lines. The source said he originally heard that kind of language was used shortly after the incident. He had sort of lunged forward. It was unclear from the conversations I had that he actually made physical contact, but he might have. I don't know, the source said. Nobody said Trump assaulted him. They said he tried to lunge over the seat. For what reason? Nobody had any idea, except that it was fucking hilarious that Trump actually thought he could manhandle anyone. The employee said he'd heard about the incident multiple times as far back as February 2021 from other agents, including some who were part of the presidential protective detail during the time period, but none of whom were involved in the incident, meaning those guys told that story to them too, just like they told it to fucking her, and she related it. Right. And then the source added that agents had often recounted stories of Trump's fits of anger. Not just plates, the source added, a reference to how Hutchinson testified this week that she saw ketchup on the wall and porcelain plates shattered on the floor of the White House dining room after Trump had thrown his lunch at the wall upon hearing then Attorney General William Barr telling the media that there was no widespread fraud. By the way, I think he threw it at the television set and fucking missed, because the wall she described was near the flat screen that was over the fireplace. The other Secret Service source who spoke to the driver and another agent who wasn't there said he heard about Trump verbally lashing out his detail, but not about any physical altercation. Neither source told CNN they had heard about Trump trying to grab at the steering wheel. Now, again, the story might have softened as these guys walked back what they were willing to tell people after they'd initially told a few people all of the story. They started not telling the more embarrassing parts because they were still on Team Trump. 3 of the people present for the encounter in the presidential SUV, a modified armored version of the Chevy Suburban, where Trump detailed later, were Robert Bobby Engel and the driver, whose identity is not publicly known at this time. It's interesting whether that person is going to end up. I mean, somebody's going to figure that out, and just by going over the footage of them getting in and out of the vehicle. Hutchinson herself didn't see the incident firsthand. She testified at the Select Committee hearing that she was told it by then White House Deputy Chief of Staff Tony Ornato. Said Ornato told the story in front of Engel, and Engel was like all distressed and fucked up because it had happened. That was how it played out.
Tried to grab the wheel, physically impossible.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't. They're still, by the way, this is a few days ago, so they're still telling the beast bullshit story.
Physically assaulted a Secret Service agent, also not true. And then there
it almost said also impossible because Trump is such a wuss.
There's this whopper, as you point out, that the president, she knew, she didn't say she heard, she said, is it your understanding? Yes, it's my understanding. What does that mean? She alleges that
oh, Jesus Christ. Maybe it was them after all that put it up there. They're just going to talk over this and sell shit? They're that fucking broke? Jesus Christ.
the president told
But yes, while do you feel yourself, do you feel any future erection you might have dying at the sound of Roger Stone's voice? Does it make your penis turtle at the thought of it? Try new InfoWars dick pills. They won't help, but at least you might die of lead poisoning before anybody notices your dick doesn't work anymore.
his chief of staff, Mark Meadows, to call me and General Flynn on January 5th to discuss, to ask us what was going to happen on the 6th. I've never spoken.
Yeah, see, they're still selling the bullshit on this one. This is a piece of, this was all over threads and on Twitter and shit like that. He wasn't in this car at all. He was in the SUV. We've dealt with this since then. I mean, it's great to watch. I'm sure Alex Jones walked this back. The truth teller that he is. Alex, I know you're watching. You know, it's not like you have friends to hang out with or places to be. You can't go outside. The lizard people will get you. Your friends can't fucking stand you. What are you going to do? Spend time with your family? You might violate some sort of protective order if you try that. So I know you're watching, and I know you know now that this isn't the vehicle. You knew then. You know, I mean, Alex was in D.C. He knew the president wasn't in this vehicle. He knows this image is a lie.
Spoken to Mark Meadows on the phone ever. I met him once when he was a congressman.
He also, by the way, the biggest lie about that image. Hold on.
To what was going to happen on the 6th.
The biggest lie about this is that Melania is smiling while she sits next to him. Also, interestingly enough, her head is bigger than his. And it's obviously elements of scale.
I've never spoken to Mark Meadows on the phone ever.
Oh, so you FaceTimed. He reached you via you Skyped. I've never spoken to him on the phone ever. Yeah, we always telegram and then get rid of it, or used, WhatsApp or something, and then we would just, be on video so we could hold up pieces of paper instead of speak in case we were worried about it. Fuck off.
I met him once when he was a congressman in the green room at Fox. Other than that, I've never spoken to him at all. I just heard from General Flynn. He also did not hear from Meadows. He's never spoken to Meadows on the phone on any occasion either.
Again, on video, though.
He met him once in December in the White House. So this is an effort.
The entire month of December.
To pull us into a narrative. As you know, Alex.
Also, the idea that he's met him once. He was his chief of staff.
You're subject to it as well as we are. To be very clear.
Why start now?
Any claim or insinuation or even implication that I knew about, was involved in, or condoned any illegal action on January 6th at the Capitol or on any other date and place is categorically false.
Well, that's the thing is, you were part of the crowd that thought Trump had the right to basically deputize the Jan 6ers, so you didn't think any of that was illegal. This is the same way Trump's going to get around. He's going to try to get around what he did in Georgia. When I asked for those votes, I wasn't asking for you to find votes that don't exist. I was asking you to find votes I knew existed, because I believed 100,000 votes existed. So I didn't need you to find all of them. We'd work it out later. I just was trying to solve a crime. I trespassed to get evidence.
Nor was I involved in any of the legal efforts regarding the outcome of the election with Steve Bannon or Giuliani or any of these other folks.
Yeah, but that's because you're useless. That's no defense.
So let me ask you this. Clearly, they've been trying to ask you and me about Mark Meadows. You've never talked to Meadows, neither have I. This is all made up.
What the fuck is he drinking out of? Jesus, I feel a lot less weird about my mason jar.
So we know it's coming from the committee. They're there making this up and having her lie. Why would they have her lie about such demonstrably provable things that we didn't talk to Trump, you didn't talk to Trump?
That's not demonstrably provable that you didn't. First of all, proving a negative is impossible, and he knows it, so he's floating that bullshit. The other thing is that people aren't saying that you spoke to him. That's the whole thing. This was all done through intermediaries, you fuck.
General Flynn didn't talk to Trump about that?
About that? About what? I'm sorry, I'm choking on my own bullshit.
Or that day, or
sorry, I used one of my, took one of my own dick pills, got stuck in my throat. I've had a stiff neck all morning. Hello.
But expanding, why would she say he grabbed the wheel and tell such a crazy lie when she knew the Secret Service would come out and say she's a liar?
She told the same story that those two people told, and the rest of the Secret Service sources that are talking have also confirmed it.
Do they just think that a lie goes halfway around the world before the truth puts its pants on?
Yes, isn't that the InfoWars trademark banner underneath it? Like InfoWars. We bullshit so you don't have to.
This in two parts. If you can attack Roger Stone and Alex Jones on...
Listen, gateway pun. Mark Meadows, former aide Cassidy Hutchinson, who no one has ever heard of, has heard of, expected a surprise witness for a sham committee hearing. Well, obviously Mark Meadows has heard of her. Obviously, Trump has heard of her now. And apparently he had heard of her when he personally didn't want her to come with them when they went to Mar-a-Lago, when she allegedly asked to go. And he didn't know who she was, but he'd heard terrible things about her. And therefore he turned her down personally, even though he doesn't know her at all.
On Twitter, then you can whip up a hysteria, which is the purpose of these hearings. So this is used for our...
No, and by the way, you got a little Coke, like, right about there.
Vilification. If you want to pull the names of the two of the most hated villains on the American left into any outgoing post, include the names of Roger Stone and Alex Jones.
No, I honestly, that's like getting like a stomach bug at Chuck E. Cheese and blaming the animatronic band. I mean, you're not, maybe seeing the sight of them would make you throw up, because it was such a difficult gastrointestinal problem. But we don't think they're chief evil. As a matter of fact, like I said, I personally am quite happy that Roger Stone and Alex Jones were involved, because that showed what a sort of pathetic attempt January 6th ultimately was, what a gang that couldn't shoot straight kind of crowd it was, and how it was never going to succeed because of the people involved. I feel quite relieved that Roger Stone and Alex Jones were part of it.
The level of hatred, the tsunami of hatred that this whip
tsunami of hatred
up against us, Alex.
Yeah, nobody's going, no one is raging about Roger Stone and Alex Jones. Like I said, a lot of us are just think it's hilarious that Trump thought you guys could pull this off.
Is useful to these people, even though it is completely baseless. On the second,
I mean, she seems lovely. I think if there's a tsunami of hatred going anywhere, it's towards Cassidy Hutchinson. Also, by the way, someone that, and she seems to be haunted by the same ghosts that Don Jr. is. But she's, make no mistake, Cassidy Hutchinson isn't like a hero in my book, because she was all in. She literally recounted a story where she was talking to Mark Meadows that, that Jim Jordan made a speech on the floor of Congress and that it was great on January 6th. Are you out of your fucking mind?
Issue. I am a little surprised, but look, these are the same people who made up and
What? I don't believe in witchcraft, but Alex Jones' childhood pals recall his talking in tongues. Yeah, he's a clown. People all around him made up. He's an asshole.
And edited the Ukraine phone call. It's the same exact people. This is an Adam Schiff production, and you should never forget that. So,
Oh, we won't. It's well put together. It's concise. It makes the point very clearly, and it upsets Trump. I mean, it's got everything you'd want from an Adam Schiff production.
Truth, facts have nothing to do with it, and of course, the lying by omission about January 6th. Where's the testimony of Ray Epps? When?
They've already taken a statement. It's not germane to anything. He told one of the maggots, don't attack the police, and then the guy did. That's it.
When is FBI operative Ray Epps?
Yeah, he isn't one. Again, these are talking points that died a long time ago, and Roger and Alex are just beating this horse.
Going to testify. We've seen video of him urging people into the building.
No, you haven't. You've seen him on the street the next day to go to the Capitol or go inside the Capitol at that point. But when it came, like a lot of maggots, once it came to the point where you had to go through cops to do it, he wasn't as convinced. He told the guy, don't do it. They're just doing their job, and they attack the cops anyways.
Urging violence. At the same time, you and Ali Alexander are telling people to pull back and not to go into the Capitol. He's urging people to go in. Where is his testimony?
So I asked the question again, and you just explained it.
Oh, okay. So this is Ray Epps whispering to the guy like, hey, man, they're just doing their job. And that's what this guy says he said. The guy who attacked the Capitol, that's what he says. He's like, dude, they're just calm the fuck down. They're doing their job. Just relax.
But why do they think they can get away with it?
And then this is the footage of him the day before, I think, or whatever, saying, go to the Capitol.
When they know there's phone records showing this call didn't happen.
No, they don't. You don't have phone records proving a call didn't happen. Secondly, it wasn't a phone call. It was a video conference from the White House to these assholes, either on a computer or using the setup there. Look, notice how they're like, phone call. Nobody called me on the phone. Nobody picked up the phone. Nobody used the phone. They didn't call me on the phone. No, why? Because you don't think FaceTime is calling? You don't think Skype is calling?
When they know that he didn't attack the Secret Service driver and try to take control of the vehicle.
No, they don't. She just relayed a story she was told by the people who were there, who are now walking it back.
He can't even get up to the front of the vehicle the way it's designed.
Jesus.
Why would they say that she wrote a note that's in the congressional record that somebody else wrote who's testified they did? Why would she just tell lie after lie after lie?
Because they count on...
By the way, I don't know which part he's talking about, which note. because she wrote a note, and and then they changed illegal to like entering without permission, that part of it, and they'd scratched it out, and it was in her handwriting, but somebody else had written out the actual note, like that kind of shit. Is that what he's talking about? Because it so fucking doesn't matter.
On the fact that the initial charge.
Yeah, JD Sharp is saying how they didn't need to use phones to communicate. They all met at the Willard Hotel. Well, that was the thing, is that Mark Meadows was trying to go down to the Willard Hotel and could not arrange it, so ultimately had to video conference with them rather than go down there. And his orders from Trump were to go down there in person because there's no record at all. At some point, though, he's got to be aware that whether it's recorded or not, there's record of that video either on one of Mark Meadows' phones or on his computer in his conversation with them. And his conversations with them would not be covered by executive privilege, for the record.
We'll get enormous coverage.
Again, we're showing the same fucking video. He wasn't in this vehicle.
Enormous coverage everywhere across the board in the Trump-hating legacy media. And they also know that it is only largely the conservative.
He means Fox, by the way.
Outlets like InfoWars, Breitbart, the National Fox.
Wait, InfoWars is a conservative outlet? I thought they were anti-government and pro-truth.
Frank speech that will cover the fact that much of this is debunked. So
none of it is. And again, what's been, and by the way, well, maybe he's splitting hairs. Maybe what he's saying is that most of what he's saying has been debunked, and by playing fast and loose with pronouns and descriptives, he can kind of wiggle his way around it.
So, they still do their damage. Now, they look foolish, but watch how quickly the truth about this incident with the Secret Service agent rotates out of the press.
It actually, the backup of her story rotated into the press because more people came out and said, no, actually, they didn't just tell her that. They told us that too.
Yeah, they have made the case that Trump is unhinged. That was the purpose.
Well, he was unhinged. Now he's just stupid.
And then they try to drag our names into it.
No, you were part of it, so they have to bring you up. Believe me, they wouldn't. If you're gross. You're gross. Alex is gross. You're gross. You're gross people. Nobody cares. If you weren't involved, nobody would want you involved. Nobody's digging up ways to bring you into a conversation you're not a part of. As a matter of fact, the fact that Roger Stone and Alex Jones were even involved in this makes it harder to talk about in a legit way just because it seems so ridiculous that anybody would think they would be functional operatives in the overthrow of the United States government. It's a joke in and of itself, but it's true. So they have to talk about it.
Just to whip up more hatred and more violence.
More hatred and more violence towards Alex Jones and Roger. Nobody gives a fuck. Seriously. I'm certain there are people who want to boo or spit on Roger, which I don't sign on to. Do not spit on people. Do not hit them. Don't touch them without permission. Don't slap Rudy Giuliani on the back and say, "What's up, scumbag," or any of that. Don't do it. But anything further than that, nobody gives a shit. But again, these assholes consider it assault that there's always that guy standing there with a, Save Democracy sign behind them when they come out of court.
When we come back, I want to get your view over all the 2022 midterms coming up.
Look, it's good that they're showing this car because it can show you how this isn't the fucking vehicle he was in at all. Thanks for doing that, Alex. You fucking tool. Hold on a second. Trump on Jan 6. There we go. Images. Yeah. So see that vehicle? Let's just solve this real quick. See that vehicle? Okay. And then let's see. Make this one a little bigger. And then see this vehicle? Look at that. See this? Oh, look. It's Jeffrey Epstein's riding shotgun. That's not creepy or anything. Shit. Yeah, see the difference? See that fuck stick? There you go. That was just weird. Like there's a green cherry picker in the background. Just for the record, just so these assholes know, that is a totally different vehicle on the day. Same, and here's another shot of it. That's the vehicle he was in. That's the same one he took a ride in when he did his lap. This is from when he was in Walter Reed with COVID. That's when this is from. They drove him by that by that crowd in that same vehicle. Notice how it is not the Beast.
And what tricks you think the deep state might pull, and also the situation with
the deep state. You know what? Talk dirty. Tell me about the deep state. Say establishment too while you're at it. Oh, it gets me so excited when they talk about the deep state and the establishment. I mean, it's Illuminati is so 2009. You know what I'm saying?
The economy and more, and just generally where you see the J6 hearings going. I know you're on record saying they've fallen on their face. Everybody else agrees. Low.
Yeah, they don't.
Ratings.
No, the ratings are actually great. Fox had to pick them up actually because they were eating their lunch in the daytime.
But they don't seem to give up. What do you?
Yeah, it's weird that they're not doing this for ratings. That seems strange, doesn't it, Alex? Somehow, does it seem odd to you that they don't seem to be doing it for ratings or to sell shit, but maybe just because it's true, like old school news?
What do you expect him to do next with 40 seconds?
Yeah, tell us in 40 seconds, just take that whole bullshit you were saying before and do a little truncated version.
Well, they have an audience of one, Merrick Garland. Can they convince him to?
No. It's an audience of two, me and Merrick Garland. I'm watching all of them and I'm fascinated. I would argue that I'm more their demographic than Merrick Garland is.
To charge Donald Trump. I think that's the question.
He seems like a reader to me.
On the table. That's what they are seeking to do. They're seeking to write a contrived indictment of Donald Trump and hand it over to the Attorney General.
Yeah, this is the face of a man who believes what he's saying.
Wow, you talk about reckless. How could they convince this young woman to do stuff like this?
They didn't. She's just telling the truth. Here's the question, Alex. Who convinced you that this was a winning argument?
Well, what's particularly odious is the fact that she said all these things, yet after this period where she makes all these assertions against the president, she was seeking to join his staff at Mar-a-Lago. She
citation needed besides Trump.
was seeking to go into his post-president staff.
Sure, so it's
Again, I call bullshit on that. Trump has said that. I don't buy it.
Sour grapes. It's sour grapes.
It's sour grapes. She's just mad she couldn't get a job after that, even though she has a job.
She's disgruntled.
Like, by the way, Cassidy Hutchinson, because she was kind of under the radar as she was, Mark Meadows, the Chief's chief, whatever. There's no way she would have trouble getting a job in the RNC circles or any of that shit if she was still on the team about MAGA or America First, even if she hated Trump, even after this shit. Yeah, but certainly before.
Employee, wow. We'll be right back with Roger Stone exclusive. Stay with us.
Oh, yes, exclusive because nobody else gives a shit?
Hutchinson.
Okay, and then I think they just play the same. They just loop the same thing. So this is HAL Sparks Mega Worldwide. That is... That's according to Alex Jones. That is the prediction that Trump was going to declare his run on July 4th. And currently, that's yet another flying bullshit that came out of their mouths. Just saying. Enjoyable, not surprising, little stupid. And when I say things like enjoyable, not surprising, and a little stupid, one of the people that comes to mind, of course, is the Mess D'Souza. Now, the Mess has his dance card's been full lately. Too full to have a conversation, a lively dialogue with me about everything that's wrong with 2,000 Mules, besides the entire movie. The only thing that's, I would argue, the only thing that really was a true discovery, if you watch 2,000 Mules, is just how fucking stupid Larry Elder and Dennis Prager are. Because they have this kind of intellectual dark web mythology around them that they are somehow deep thinkers. And in this particular case, watching them fall for Dinesh D'Souza's bullshit is very telling, right? That was surprising, because at the beginning, the whole point is they're the ones who are, they're dubious at the beginning, and the idea is that they might be the hard ones to convince. And then at the halfway break, they're already like, I'm in. It's the stupidest, and it's right after and around, sort of laced in between, the contrived footage he puts in of his own actor faking the ballot thing, and the idea that the timing of that makes them look even dumber, makes them look like bigger assholes than they already are, right? So anyways, the other thing he likes to talk about is how January 6th, that because, he wants people to believe that he believes what's in 2,000 Mules, which I increasingly call bullshit on. I think this is a grift. I don't think Dinesh D'Souza actually believes the premise of 2,000 Mules. I might have before. I don't now. In watching him defend it and watching the lack of work that went into it, I just think he thought it was a money printing opportunity like his other movies. At this point, I just call bullshit. I don't think he buys it, because he's not trying hard enough. He's just basically keeping it afloat so he can make money. He's a Trump supporter, but he also wants to make money off Trumpistan, and this is one of the ways that you do it. I just don't. Increasingly, I call bullshit on that. But one of the premises you have to believe in the election fraud idea if you want to defend January 6th at all, and that's also a big moneymaker. I wouldn't doubt it if the next, the Mess D'Souza movie that comes out will be a Jan 6 defense, proving beyond a shadow of a doubt that, that it was Capitol cops that stomped a Trump supporter to death and not her fellow maggots, by reversing the footage and showing cops giving her CPR, saying, look at them crushing this poor woman's chest. And what leads me to believe that is this video, which I have not watched, but he has on a guest. He's had a couple people on who are in jail for Jan 6. And this apparently is someone who was sentenced. She goes, Dr. Simone Gold, the founder of America's Frontline Doctors, probably an anti-vax crowd, I'm guessing, tells us how she went from being a guest speaker at the Capitol to facing a 60-day prison sentence for doing nothing. Also, check out my new store for the hottest conservative merch that will drive your liberal friends crazy. It's Shop Dinesh D'Souza. And then it's his bio. We'll have a look at that later. It's going to drive your liberal friends crazy, just from the smell alone. Okay, so she's going to get 60 days for something. Let's see what she's getting 60 days. She must have probably just for exercising a right to free speech in Biden's America.
Back with Dr. Simone Gold from America's Frontline Doctors. We're talking about her role in January.
And by the way, I'm not familiar with this woman. So America's Frontline Doctors. Founder of America's since to. Okay, so this is the open link new time. Oh, I see. Where's the page not open? This is her website later. I'm not going to join you. Sorry. It's got an eagle. America's Frontline Doctors, the trusted name for independent information. It's a shitty little website built with wick. Breaking news. BLM labels black pro-lifers white supremacists. Story number 1. I'm glad a doctor's telling me that. How do they spread their news as America's Frontline Doctors? And why would this be a story that America's Frontline Doctors do, except, did they write it on the finger of a rubber glove? Facebook is accessing your medical data. Well, yeah, but since Roe v. Wade was overturned, you don't have the right to privacy anymore, so I don't know why you're complaining. British Embassy triggers good-natured banter with July 4th tweet. All important. Okay, so this is the lady you're talking about. Get to know the AFLDS, America's Frontline Doctors. Frontline is one word, isn't it? They've got it as America's Frontline Doctors. All right, never mind. Create the world. Together we can recreate the world we love. Click below to get involved and defend your rights to freedom. Ha. Talk to us. Oh, what kind of weird. America's Frontline Proctologists.
I'm Dr. Simone Gold, founder of America's Frontline Doctors.
And the only person here.
For the past 2 years,
I've been looking at some of the best medical stock footage I could possibly find. This, of course, is not my face.
Corrupt forces in the...
This is from an app thing that I bought, and you can just put whatever thing you want in it.
Media, government, and medicine have been lying to you.
Oh, dear God.
Countless lies...
Oh, my God. They're going to suffocate that poor woman with an oxygen mask.
Lives have been lost and permanently damaged due to this corruption.
Yes, people should not be given oxygen in the hospital. They're trying to murder you. Get up, lady, get up, run. She can't hear me. Why can't she hear me? I think it's the music.
Show you the way forward. With science.
Look, they all that's left of that woman is on that little slide.
With law and a...
All legal discussions must have a tiny lady justice so that you can lean over and whoever's turn it is to talk flicks the scales so they wag back and forth.
Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Yes, especially in Ojai, Orange County. Laguna Beach. No.
Here at AFLDS.org, we provide you with the medical and legal resources you need to defend your freedom.
Yes, if you think ball shocking is a COVID treatment, we're here for you.
Now is the time to get educated, organized, and...
Citizen corpse. I know it says corpse, but I'm just saying it sounds like dead people. And I don't know. There's a lot of maggots who probably think the word corpse is spelled with no E.
Take action. Together,
it will help you up. Hiking for America.
We can restore our country to sanity, safety, and success.
Sanity, safety, and success. The 3 S's. Well, I normally like 2 S's together, but in this case...
We're told we're in a health crisis.
No, we're told we were in a health crisis, and now we're dealing with the aftermath of it, but we're doing all right. I'm just saying. They haven't updated this video in a while, I'm guessing.
We're actually in a crisis of tyranny.
Oh, dear God. They're even making the jackbooted UN shock troops wear masks. Also, that guy is not a legitimate officer.
And an assault on our Constitution.
Yeah, it looks like somebody smeared coffee on it or something. Did you spill coffee on it? That's just wrong.
The science clearly shows that COVID can be treated without reliance on masks, lockdowns, or experimental therapies.
Well, the masks are to keep you from getting it or to lower the viral load that you would get when you get it so your body has a chance to fight it off. It's not a treatment. Nobody goes, dear God, you've tested positive for COVID. Put a mask on. It will help. Condoms also don't treat HIV or the clap. I'm just saying. So you can't go, that was a really sketchy date. I got to put on a condom. Otherwise, I'm going to, what the fuck? And what's in that fucking jar, by the way? Also, Jeffrey Epstein is bleeding through again. I apologize, but I'm going to turn that off simply because there's a filters, edit filters. Thank you. I'm gonna leave this over here. I gotta look at the DNA thing they're extracting in this fucking bottle. They are trying to control you and turn us all into human pig hybrids. They're gonna give me a pork heart. Hack with us, America, up to the top of this where the sunlight. We're all gonna. Everybody, come along, tan your balls. Even you, ma'am.
The seriousness of the situation cannot be overstated.
I feel like he's giving me a dirty look. What did I do? Just think it's weird. Yes, you're outside and you're not wearing a mask and you're serious about it, but you're in the rocks by yourself with a group of people. I mean, I'm sorry, I'm not going to get snow shoveling advice from the Donner Party.
So I call you to act.
Oh, fuck, this is bad. They're locking arms. What is this, a giant game? Medical Red Rover.
I call you to truth.
Red Rover, let freedom come over.
And I also call you to joy and the love of life, liberty.
Look how happy we are to be outside and there's a snake.
God and country.
Uh-oh.
This is a revolution of love as much as a revolution of science.
I love science. This is perfect for me, y'all.
The facts are on our side.
Are they? Oh, she disappeared. Dear God. The facts have disappeared. The facts are on our side. And so are the steampunks.
We just need you to stand up and fight for what's right.
What are you staring at me for, dude? Again, don't look at me. You're the one with the scorpion crawling up your leg. Returning power to the people. We're standing outside like assholes in the middle of a pandemic. This is all bullshit, y'all. 3 of these people are dead.
Click below to get informed.
I would love to be like somebody like, Mort died of COVID. She lost a lung. Oddly, she didn't ever think she died of measles.
And get involved now. Let's take back our nation. Let's set an example for the world for human liberty.
Let's do it. I'm ready to do it. Let's set a human liberty. Let's go. But first, some music. Okay. The trusted name for independent information. You kind of just decide, this is your launch. You kind of decided you were the trusted name for independent information before you were. I'm just saying, that's a title you should earn. Call me nutty. I'm curious. This is the woman, that woman is the lady who apparently has been sentenced to 60 days just for being an American.
January 6th. Someone you're describing really a frightening.
Oh God. It's been a rough year.
Situation, which is to say you have these out of control prosecutors.
Yeah, they're nuts. They're just prosecute. They'll prosecute anybody. That's why they let half the people that they arrested that had weapons at the fucking Capitol just go home until their trial.
And they come to someone like you, a medical doctor, there to give a speech. You're not even...
Yes. Medical doctors have never been busted for anything, Dr. Harold Shipman. All right.
You're not even there to protest the election. You're there for a specific purpose. There's a crowd, and we all...
Yeah, we all know how you are with a crowd. I mean, you don't care. You just want to say your piece.
No, the crowds have a kind of momentum of their...
Yeah, the crowds just do their thing. They're just gonna do whatever.
If you're caught up in a crowd,
who hasn't been caught up in a crowd that stomped one of their own to death? You know, who among us
honestly, and you try to resist, you're going to get overrun by the crowd.
Yeah. It's not like you could do what 97% of the people who showed up at that rally did and go the fuck home after. Yeah, it's like explosive diarrhea, really. Yeah, just if you fight it, it's just gonna hurt worse. It's better to just let it fly.
Pushed into the Capitol, presumably.
Wait a minute. You're just what?
You're gonna get overrun by the crowd. You're sort of pushed into the Capitol.
You're sort of pushed into the Capitol. No, what the? No one has ever been just pushed into the Capitol. You fucking, like, you know what? It's not so much that sometimes Trump's hand would just get pushed into a woman's crotch. You know what I mean? If you go against your natural instincts, you're going to end up, you just got pushed. Like, Your Honor, for the record, I got pushed into the window of this house by my own urges to rob the fucking place. I heard a noise. I got scared. I picked up a knife. And when the person who actually owned the house came downstairs, the knife kind of got pushed into them.
Presumably you don't deface any property. I'm quite...
Presumably? You might want to ask her before she comes on the fucking show, dude.
Sure, you didn't even cross the barricades. And so you're in there. You try...
Wait a minute. If she didn't cross the barricade, how the fuck she get in? She fucking fly? Maybe they're not arresting her. Maybe they're testing her superpowers. They're dissecting her. Those evil scientists.
Try to give your speech and then you leave. And they're talking about charging you with obstruction of justice, which carries years. Now, what?
They're charging. So just for speaking, she's being charged with obstruction of justice. Hold on. Perhaps there's more to this story. Let's find out. Founder of America's Frontline Doctors is sentenced to prison for role in Capitol riot. Simone Gold, a Beverly Hills physician who founded a doctors organization that challenged pandemic public health measures, that's a nice way of putting it, and promoted unproven COVID therapies, that's another way of putting it, has been sentenced to 60 days in prison by a U.S. federal court in Washington, D.C. for illegally entering the U.S. Capitol building during the riot on January... illegally being pushed in against her will. She didn't even know she was there. She was just speaking. She just wanted to talk. And, one thing led to another, and she was defecating in the rotunda. Gold came to prominence in 2020 with a viral video introducing America's Frontline. Viral. Most of the organization had no experience treating COVID patients. Yeah, view full text. Let's see. Gold pleaded guilty. Gold pleaded guilty in March to a charge of entering and remaining in a restricted building during the riot. Prosecutors asked for a 90-day sentence, saying that America's Frontline Doctors, which is under congressional investigation for selling ineffective COVID treatments online, used her trial to raise $430,000 by portraying it as an assault on free speech. I find it unseemly that your organization is raising hundreds of thousands of dollars for its operations, including your salary. That is a real disservice to the true victims of that day. January 6th was about a lot of things, but it was not about the First Amendment on free speech, and it was certainly not about COVID treatments or vaccines. While inside the Capitol that day, Gold gave a speech opposing vaccine mandates. She was filmed by the spokesman of America's Frontline Doctors, John Strand, who prosecution described as her boyfriend. That's why they were holding hands on those rocks. I knew it. He refused a plea agreement and will stand trial. So he's still in jail. After a police officer told her to leave, Gold stopped in the rotunda where she climbed a statue of President Eisenhower and gave a second speech through a bullhorn. Gold told the court that she had been scheduled to speak at a January 6th health freedom rally outside the Capitol, way fucking outside, like not on Capitol grounds, organized with the Trump campaign. Oops. But that her speeches had been canceled and she'd been swept into the Capitol with the crowd. So Trump was supposed to show up. Is this where we're going to find out that that's what the whole Mark Meadows phone call was about? It was about the Trump campaign had organized some talks on the steps and she's going to fuck it up for everybody. Oh man. Is she going to fuck it up for everybody?
Walk through the mental process, which I think people need.
Excuse me. You're assuming facts, not in evidence, that she has a mental process.
Need to know where you basically go, even if there's a 5% chance of me being convicted on this absurd charge, I cannot afford to risk my life in that way, in which, what, am I going to be locked up for 20 years? That's insane.
Excuse me, she didn't get bumped in there and go, fuck, I gotta get the hell out of her. She gave 2 goddamn speeches in the rotunda, one after the cops had told her to vacate the space. They were brooming people out and she was like, fuck you, and climbed on a statue of Eisenhower and started yelling, you prick. Oh, God, this is so lame.
So I will take 60 days in prison, crazy though that is,
because my alternative is 90.
Because it's the lesser evil, and the...
Yes. No, the lesser evil would be to not go into the fucking Capitol without express permission during a riot.
Point is, I will do that whether I'm guilty or not. It makes no difference whether you're guilty or not guilty. Any rational person would make the same choice.
No, they wouldn't. Any rational person wouldn't have been there while that crowd was doing that shit.
Whatever situation they're in, correct?
No. And by the way, choose your words carefully, ma'am. Your boyfriend has refused a plea deal. This is going to show up at his trial and yours.
That's correct. I also had an obligation in my mind to the American people.
Yes, you did. To not trespass into the fucking Capitol while the electoral votes were being counted.
I don't think I can go away for 20 years or 10 years or whatever the judge might decide or the jury
She got 60 days.
might decide.
She wasn't up for 10 or 20 years. Although, if Trump had his way, there's a very strong possibility that if the Eisenhower statue was damaged anyway by her climbing on it, she should have gotten an extra, a solid 10 years. Yes, she did it for us. See if you go nuts.
Be distracted from the important work that we're doing.
Yeah, it was all a distraction. And Dinesh, you're leaning out of shot, fuckhead.
America's Frontline Doctors brings lawsuits all across the nation in terms of our civil liberties, in terms of stopping shot mandates.
Yeah. What the fuck does that have to do with you trespassing in a federal building?
If you don't have medical freedom, you really don't have freedom. It should be in the Constitution. I hope that...
I agree. Hence why I'm for the codification of Roe v. Wade in legislation. Please continue.
We get there one day. That's the work of America's Frontline Doctors, is ensuring medical freedom for all Americans.
Oh, okay. Medical freedom for all Americans, especially women who might have an ectopic pregnancy and don't want to die while the cops and the hospital have to work it out in Texas.
And the other work that we do is bringing an alternative to the crazy healthcare system that allowed this horrific lies to happen over the last 2 years.
Oh my God. How to bring an alternative to it. That's why we use sage enemas.
And we're doing that by bringing goldcare.com, which is an alternative to what we currently call the medical system, which we saw was...
Don't go there, Hal. Don't go look at the site. Don't, because you're going to end up buying some sort of weird freedom suppository. What? Gold care, killing your grandma weird. Gold care. You can rest assured that any services, procedures, medicines, or product will be recommended only if it's in your best interest and for no other reason. It's not just so we can make money on this thing. Why become a member of the PMA? The People's Medical Asshole Subscribe. How we are different. About us. Who we are. Member resources. Members. Tokens. What the fuck is tokens? The Gold Care Token System. Gold Care members use tokens to purchase any services within or from Gold Care TM. For example, doctor or other provider telemedicine consultations, wellness consultations, interactive small group classes. It's like being in an arcade, except instead of Pac-Man, it's your ass. Why does Gold Care use tokens? The token system helps all Gold Care community members. Purchasing tokens protects you against inflation and allows us to ensure... Oh, this is a crypto grift. They made up their own fucking crypto for anti-vaxxers. It's sick coin.
Was just fraud. I could not take myself out of the running for years and years and years. There's nothing that the other side would like more.
What? If you couldn't take yourself out of the running for years and years and years, then why participate in petty trespassing or in a situation where cops were being attacked, which you know is a possibility, you might do that, and just not go anywhere fucking near the place and speak elsewhere? What the fuck?
So as a result of the plea, you got 60 days in federal prison. Do you know which facility it's going to be? When?
Yeah, she's not getting conjugal visits, Dinesh. Don't even ask.
Does it start? How are you thinking about it? You actually texted me some days ago asking me a
felon to felon, like, hey, you're a fucking crook.
Question about it, which I'm happy to.
$10,000 for 4 tokens? Does it say how much? Yeah. Can they be divided? How much? Do they have intrinsic value? The intrinsic value of a Gold Care token is a 15-minute appointment with a doctor where you can purchase, whether you purchase now or later when the price is higher. Yeah, they're fucking, what a grift. Oh, current price of a Gold Care token is $100. $100 for a 15-minute online talk with a doctor.
Yeah, which I tried to answer briefly. I mean, quite honestly, I feel almost a deja vu because the federal government in my case wanted me to put me away for somewhere between 16 months. The maximum sentence was 2 years, but federal prison. And my lawyer was trying to, kind of assure me. He's like, federal prison in white collar is no big deal. He goes, you're going to meet a mayor.
Did you see your face twitch when he said that? It's no big deal.
He's like, federal prison in white collar is no big deal. He goes, you're going to meet.
I don't know if that was a glitch or what. It seems like she glitched on that one.
Meet a mayor, you're going to meet a business guy, you're going to meet some other guy who did this. And
you're not making her feel better, dickhead. Jesus. Like, he thinks, it's club fed. You'll be fine. She's like...
He goes, you can play chess, you can watch TV. He goes, actually, it's quiet time for a guy who has a crazy life like you. So all this came back to my mind when you sent me your text. But talk a little bit about where that is right now and how you're feeling about it.
Yeah, because like for the guy stuff, it's, that's easy. But I don't know. What's white collar women's federal prison? Do they even have one of those? I mean, there's a lot of white collar dudes out there, so they may not even have the room. They might just send you to a regular federal prison in general. You might be in Gen Pop.
So I don't know yet where I'll be going, and I don't know yet when it starts.
Sing Sing. Rikers.
It is
Ms. Rikers.
It's true that I should be assigned to a federal minimum security prison, but until that is what is printed on the paper, I don't know, right? I'm still under the judge's thumb. And so...
Well, again, your act is not necessarily a minimum security. You are literally trespassing. So the idea that the government can just assume that you won't cross a barrier you're told not to cross is absurd. His was financial. Yours was physical. That's it. Like the club fed places, like they have fences around them, but the idea is that you could break out pretty easily. They just assume you're going to ride it out. You're in there for breaking into a federal building. What makes them think you wouldn't break out of one?
There's absolutely no reason I would be put anywhere else.
Sure there is. You were a participant in a violent act.
But it is still a severe punishment.
And by the way, women and men go to jail in regular federal prison for like federal check fraud and that kind of stuff. They don't necessarily go to some sort of minimum security prison sometimes.
I mean, I travel a lot. I do public speaking.
Yeah, well, you're about to have a 2-month break.
I'm a very active, dynamic person. And
well, they'll give you yard time. It's not like you're going to be in solitary unless you say, I've got COVID and spit on the... Well, actually...
My role is to publicly speak. My role is to lead, and they're taking...
No, it isn't. Apparently, your role is to sit in a bizarrely white room I mean, I've always heard that like white walls without any, color on them and that kind of stuff is a sign of repressed emotion and psychopathy.
Taking me a little bit out of that. Having said that, I do welcome the rest. I mean, I have been working very hard for 2.5 years to bring truth. But I'm.
And yeah, and when you're that unsuccessful at something you've been working at for 2 years, you must be exhausted.
I've said this to you. You're an immigrant. My father's an immigrant. I love this nation, and to watch the collapse of our civil liberties all around us.
You don't have a civil liberty to trespass in a federal building. Otherwise, foreign agents from all over the world could have blown our shit up years ago, dummy.
And to see that most people are not getting it is very heartbreaking. So,
well, aren't as crazy as you, I think is what you mean. And I don't. Hold on one second. Yeah. 61. Okay.
Perhaps my story is serving as an example. I am nonviolent, first time misdemeanor conviction. And
yeah, but in an extraordinary situation where people, 2 women died in the commission of the crime you were a participant in. If it was a home robbery and you had been part of a group of 4 people that broke in and one of them had been shot by the owner, you would be culpable in their murder. Even though you came there just to yell in the kitchen to distract people while they stole other shit.
And the judge is saying 60 days. Wake up, America. That doesn't happen. Does anybody even know people who go to jail for misdemeanors?
Yes.
Or prison for misdemeanors?
Yes.
It's just as a non-thing. So we need to wake up and understand that we're losing our civil liberty.
Well, part of it is that you don't, she made a plea deal to go for less time because she was actively part of the group that she was cause for other people to stay in the space. She was calling people to stay in the space as she gave her speech on the Eisenhower statue and that shit. So the idea was that she wasn't just a participant there, but she was involved in making the other participants stay longer.
And that's my focus.
Do you think that let's think about what they're up to with the January 6th, because...
Yeah, what are they up to with this crazy January 6th thing? Because it was nothing. This is like, it's like it's like Carnival, I don't know what the big deal is.
Do you think this is ultimately all about Trump, an effort to prevent Trump from being reelected?
Or to prevent other Trump-related assholes from thinking they can bust into the fucking Capitol anytime we're trying to have a peaceful transfer of power?
Do you think it's merely we have to teach these people a lesson, make an example of them? Is it?
That happens a lot. That's a lot of the reason why people go to jail.
A message to the broader sort of MAGA or Trump-supporting movement
to not violently attack the nation's capital. It's a valuable lesson.
Is it part of the left's effort to create a one-party state? Clearly something very important is going on here. What do you think is the heart?
Yes, something very important, like the idea that we would rather not have people attack the Capitol.
Part of it.
You push. If you're the opponent on the other side, you push hard and you see what damage you can cause. It probably started.
Yeah, that's how you got in the fucking building, dummy. If you're on the other side, if you're the villain on the other side, you push hard and see who you can get into the Capitol accidentally.
With an attempt to keep Trump out of the next election. However, it's clearly meant to stop people like me, perhaps people like you. People are willing and have the courage to speak.
Well, you have to understand, he's an asshole and an idiot, but he wasn't dumb enough to accidentally trip and fall into the Capitol on January 6th, for fuck's sake.
Up. Why else would you take me down in a violent arrest?
Wow. Was she tased? What happened?
Other than to teach me to be quiet.
Was she arrested there? Is there video of this? Can we watch this so I can laugh?
That news to the other side. All you do is embolden people like myself and others. People.
Okay, Your Honor, yeah, we know you gave her 60 days. You might want to go full 90 because she just said that this just emboldens people like her to do more. She spit in the judge's face right now who made a deal with her and let her have 60 days instead of 90.
People will watch me and they will get more courage from seeing what happens. I will survive this. I will come out. I will continue to speak.
Yeah, but maybe not technically in a place where there's a violent insurrection going on. I might focus more on like ramadas, but like ramadas that we have rented space in.
But if the question is if it's only to get Trump, most definitely not. I think Trump was the one who said, they're not after me. I'm just standing in the way.
Yeah, that's goofy bullshit. He doesn't actually believe that. And if you actually believe that, then that's what makes you a maggot.
Trump was just standing in the way. People like...
No, he wasn't. He was, depending on who you believe, he was sitting in a car and then eating popcorn, watching you guys get your ass kicked.
Me, people like you, they want to stop us. I speak for the people.
No, you don't. You speak at, what are you looking at? I'm sorry, I find you creepy. I find Dinesh creepy too. His whole relationship with Debbie, just the whole thing. It's just odd. What?
Of America, and I'm saying no more.
No more. Stop in the name of MAGA.
No more.
Well, and again, I say no more until I report for, you know, my sentence, and then they say no more, basically, because they'll tell me when to eat and where lights out and that kind of thing. And then I'll get out and then, yeah, Jesus.
I must commend you for your strength and your...
You know what I love about you is that you don't make it about anybody else. You take responsibility for what you did, and you wouldn't let anybody say that, you know, you ended up where you were accidentally, that this was you stand by your choices.
Courage, because, you know, when you're under this kind of pressure, particularly you had the kind of FBI raid that I've never experienced, you know, you can go either way. It can actually break you and you go, okay, I got the message. I won't cause any more trouble.
Yeah, that's what happened. She pled, she took a plea deal. She pled guilty and got 60 days. And her boyfriend didn't, though, apparently. He's going to go for the full run.
And, you know, we have all kinds of works to the effect that there are people who succumb and who give in.
There are all sorts of whats to the what? Hold on. Words to the effect or warts?
We have all kinds of works to the effect that there are people who succumb and who give in, who, in a sense, fly the swastika flag, if you will. But you...
What? Asshole, you do realize that this woman was engaged in an insurrection and an attack on the Capitol with people who are flying the fucking Confederate flag. In the Confederacy, in their Constitution, he's not even a person.
Are one of those people who goes, no, you know.
Oh, I see. So, anybody who believes that we should have a peaceful transfer of power and wasn't engaged in the actual attack on the day is flying the swastika flag. Fuck, I don't know why Dinesh is not for Russia invading the United States. Apparently, we're overrun with Nazis. What's the difference between us and Ukraine at this point?
You know what? You're showing me that I have more work to do, and I've got to be tougher, and I've got to work harder.
Yes, you got to make 2020 mules.
And the lesson I'm going to take from this is that you people are the real gangsters.
I want to share with you if...
Yes, and gangsters should go to jail. That's what gangsters should do, actual gangsters. Now, if you're using gangsta, I would technically, I guess that's cultural appropriation, even for you, Dinesh. Gangsta, you're the real gangstas. That's not true either. But also, gangsters deserve to go to jail. They traffic in drugs and human beings. They kill people over turf. Our little piece of turf.
Just have a little bit more time. The amount of effort...
Oh, wait, she's ditching out on you, Dinesh?
...that's put into silencing me has been extraordinary. You're not...
You're on a fucking podcast. You're going to get 60 days. None of your rights to speak have been affected or amended at all. She just pitched 2 fucking websites. One where she's making shitcoin money off of gullible assholes.
I'm not going to believe what I'm about to tell you. Well,
I'm not going to believe you're able to tell me whatever you think. I'm not going to believe you're able to tell me because you're able to tell me this when you're telling me that somehow your free speech is being infringed.
About 5 different things. One is that the FBI Los Angeles reported to a state that I was charged with treason. They put that in writing. It's a complete fabrication. That's item number 1.
Hold on. This is, I don't know. Let's see. FBI raids. What's her? Simone Gold. Arrest for capital insurrection. One second. So, give me this real quick. This is the affidavit, sworn criminal complaint. Let's see. Let's blow this sucker up. And move this over here. This affidavit is submitted in support of a criminal complaint charging John Herbert Strand, and Simone Melissa Gold, with violations of 18 U.S.C. 1752A and 40 U.S.C. 5104E2. I respectfully submit that this affidavit establishes probable cause to believe that Strand and Gold did knowingly enter or remain in any restricted building or grounds without lawful authority, or did knowingly and with intent to impede or disrupt the orderly conduct of government business or official functions, engage in disorderly or disruptive conduct, because she not only gave a speech, but she gave a second speech on top of a statue where she was told to leave and she was making people stay longer at any place in the grounds or in any Capitol buildings with the intent to impede, disrupt, or disturb the orderly conduct of a session of Congress or either House of Congress, or the orderly conduct of the building of any deliberation of either House of Congress, specifically on or about January 6, 2021, Strand and Gold traveled to D.C. and knowingly and willfully joined a crowd of individuals who forcibly entered the U.S. Capitol and impeded, disrupted, and disturbed the orderly conduct of business by the United States House of Representatives. She pled guilty to this, by the way. Agent background tells us, I'm one of the agents assigned to the ongoing investigation of riots and civil disorder that occurred on January 6th and in and around the United States Capitol by the FBI. Background, on January 6th, the joint session, blah, 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 U.S. Capitol is secured 24 hours a day by security bearers, and the USCP occupy various posts throughout the grounds. Restrictions around the U.S. Capitol include permanent and temporary security barriers and posts manned by USCP. They wore uniforms with clearly marked police patches, so when they went past them, that's the violation of the, the idea that you didn't know you were breaking the fucking law is just goofy. Let's see. At approximately 2 p.m., certain individuals in the crowd forced their way through and up over the barricades. Right, a short time later, at approximately 2:20, members of the United States House of Representatives and Senate, including the President of the United States, President of the Senate, Vice President Pence, were instructed to and did evacuate the chambers. As such, all proceedings of the U.S. Congress, including the joint session, were effectively suspended until shortly after 8 p.m. the same day in light of the dangerous circumstances caused by the unlawful entry. This is the way a lot of these read, by the way. Statement of facts. Beginning on or about January 7th, the investigation agencies began receiving tips from the public related to civil unrest. Strand and Gold, as being involved, many of the tips include photographs of Strand and Gold inside the Capitol. Is she wearing a fucking mask? Are you fucking kidding me? All right. I just feel betrayed. I get he's not wearing one. He looks like the action movie version of Kramer from Seinfeld, but it's a great jacket, Jerry. Oh. In another tip, a witness wrote, an old acquaintance was posting pictures of himself taking over the Capitol yesterday. He was calling for a revolution on his social media accounts. Individual broke into the Capitol building and is paid to promote propaganda on his website. They listed their date of birth, which has been redacted. Both reside in California. On the 7th Twitter account, The John Strand, believed to be used by Strand, posted a photograph in which Strand was seen wearing a black jacket, a pink scarf, dark sunglasses, which appeared to be consistent with the photograph Strand and Gold above. That's them. And the photograph appeared to be taken on the steps of the Capitol. There he is. Look at him. We're never conceding a stolen election. I'm incredibly proud to be a patriot today, to stand up in tall defense of liberty and the Constitution, support Trump and MAGA forever, and send the message we are never conceding a stolen election. Several media outlets broadcast coverage of the Capitol breach. Let's see, coverage of events. In this video, timestamped, a man and woman consistent in appearance with the above pictures of Strand and Gold can be seen walking with a companion in a natural statuary hall, which is located inside the Capitol. Member of the news media posted a video to Twitter entitled Statuary Hall Being Slowly Cleared Out. In the video, a man bearing resemblance to Strand can be seen with a recording device. The man was recording a woman consistent in appearance with Gold giving a speech to a small gathering of people after they were clearing the place out, and she refused to leave and gave a speech, which upped her misdemeanor charge higher than the other fucking people. That's how it works, dum-dum. On January 7th at approximately 9:07, a Twitter account that John Strand reposted a video. Trump supporter gets shot and murdered, entitled Trump supporter gets shot and murdered the U.S. state capitol. So the whole capitol got murdered. Video was posted with caption, I was there. This is inexcusable. Fuck, man. And everybody's like, why aren't they showing the exculpatory evidence of these people? Why they're charging these people? How dare they? And like, asshole, they're like, they're going through all this footage. They're following people and they're tracking them and violating their privacy. Motherfuckers, they showed this shit. They were proud of it. A review of several tweets from the account holder include the term Twitter for iPhone based on training experience. I understand Twitter account holders who own or possess Apple iPhones can download the Twitter application from the App Store. Once the application is loaded, that's why it says Twitter for iPhone, right? So he did it from his own phone. These are regular details that will show up in a court proceeding. An open source search of social media depictions from the 6th uncovered several videos and photographs of persons consistent in appearance with Strand and Gold inside the Capitol. Some of the photographs are below. There she is. There she is with her, she's got a fucking bullhorn inside there. She ain't just walking, kids. I stumbled into a place with a bullhorn. Video posted on the Getty Images database online, there they are, shows what appears to be Strand and Gold in a large crowd attempting to push past multiple officers blocking the entrance to the Capitol, which had visibly broken in windows at the time. One of the officers who had been pinned near the doors of the Capitol appears to be pulled out by someone in the crowd and lands near where Strand and Gold were standing. So they're there when a cop is attacked, and they continue forward into the Capitol. I conducted an initial review of some of the surveillance footage from surveillance cameras installed inside the Capitol on January 6th. During my review, I saw what appears to be Strand and Gold, as depicted in the pictures above, enter the Capitol through the rotunda door and walk through various parts of the building, consistent with their locations as captured in other various videos described above that they put out themselves. Honestly, this is how all these assholes that are actually getting time got busted. Because not only did they tweet that they were there, that they participated, that they welcomed it, they would do it again. Fuck off. On January 8th, agents from the FBI interviewed witness 1, who identified Strand as the person on an FBI wanted poster from the Capitol breach. Witness 1 met Strand approximately 10 years ago and had a personal relationship with him. Witness 1 provided, an ex. Oh, that's got to be harsh. Phone number for Strand, which was consistent with the phone number the investigative agency believes Strand uses. Let's see. On January 12th, the Washington Post published an article called I Do Regret Being There. Simone Gold, noted hydroxychloroquine advocate, was inside the Capitol during the riot. The article features an additional photograph of what appears to be Gold inside the Capitol, giving a speech, as captured in the video described in paragraph. Fuck me. Remember what? Oh, God damn it. Remember what this woman said? How did Dinesh describe this shit? Back the fuck up. Hold on a second.
I also didn't want to be distracted from the important work that we're doing. America's Frontline doctors.
Hold on.
And the point is, I will do that whether I'm guilty or not. It makes sense. I cannot afford to risk my obstruction of justice, which carries years. Now, walk through the mental process, which I think people need to know, where you basically go, even if there's a 5% chance of me being convicted on this absurd charge.
Absurd.
Presumably, you don't deface any property. Specific purpose.
This is his
a
description.
crowd, and we all know that crowds have a kind of momentum of the
Crowds have a kind of momentum. Motherfucker, she was making the crowd stay. She was part and parcel to the direction of the crowd. She had a fucking bullhorn. Who the fuck are these people? Do they, honest to God, do they, first of all, do they think the court doesn't have their social media? It's public. That's what makes it social.
Their own. If you're caught up in a crowd,
fucking hell.
Honestly,
she was directing the crowd. Other people could argue that she directed them. Where's the fucking Ray Epps story about her? Why aren't they calling her out as Antifa and forcing people to go in?
And you try to resist, you're going to get overrun by the crowd. You're sort of pushed into the Capitol.
She's sort of pushed into the Capitol. Get the fuck out. They pushed past cops to get in. They basically stepped over a cop who was yanked out by protesters.
Presumably you don't deface any property.
Presumably.
I'm quite sure you didn't even cross the barricades.
Yeah, she fucking well did. Again. Why? Because they were knocked down already? The cops you stepped on were already unconscious.
And so you're in there, you try to give your speech, and then
you're in there, you try to give your speech. Jesus Christ. Look, I've been talked into some shit gigs as a comic in my life. Come on, man, we're putting on the show. Just do it. I understand. None of it involved me stepping over the body of an unconscious cop. I'm sorry, I would turn that gig down. I don't like disappointing an audience, but if they got into that club stepping over an unconscious cop, fuck them. They don't deserve the laughs I would give. For America.
And you leave.
Jesus Christ. And then, okay, so back to this. You give your speech and then you leave. Jesus Christ. Let's see. Captured in the video described. In the article, the writer quotes Gold as stating the following in a phone interview. I can certainly speak to the place that I was, and it most emphatically was not a riot. Where I was incredibly peaceful. Yeah, because the rioters had cleared a space for you, motherfucker. God damn it. According to this article, Gold confirmed that she went inside the Capitol, saying she followed a crowd that assumed it was legal to do so. The fuck out of here. Further noting she was inside for about 20 minutes and regretted being there. According to the article, Gold added that she traveled to D.C. to speak at a rally for health freedom on the east side of the Capitol on Wednesday afternoon. According to the article, Gold claimed to have attended the rally along with John Strand, who was there to ensure her safety. The article included the photograph below, which was credited to John Strand. Let's see. I respectfully, and then he signed it, and respectfully, they were there on purpose. Yeah, there you go. There she is. Good stuff. She and her dude just punching. I just thought this was legal. That's what all the screaming was about. And I thought it was legal to hang Mike Pence. Oh, video's not up on there anymore. The Getty Images link is down. All right. You'll have to take my word for it. Okay, so where were we? This stupid shit.
Any more trouble, and we have all kinds of works to the effect that there are people who
works to the effect
succumb and who give in, who in a sense fly the swastika flag, if you will.
Again, what the fuck is that? Fly the swastika flag because they participate in civil society?
But you are one of those.
Hal, I want you to direct her Lifetime original movie. I insist.
People who
by the way, you're watching HAL Sparks Mega Worldwide. Like and subscribe, thumbs up, support the show, blah blah blah. God,
no, you know what? You're showing me that I have more work to do, and I've got to be tough.
Yes, making license plates, you criminal bastard.
And I've got to work harder. And the lesson I'm going to take from this is that you people are the real gangsters.
I want to share with you, if I just have a little bit more time. The amount of effort that's put into silencing me has been extraordinary. You're not going to believe what I'm about to tell you.
Yeah, I don't believe everything else because in the affidavit from the arresting officer, they showed you lying. Also, let me see. Is there what I originally went for was, let's see. Dr. Luther, FBI raid, Olympic KTLA has three Beverly Hills residents are facing federal charges in D.C. on connection with the Jan 6 riot at the U.S. Capitol. Gina Bisignano, 52. John Strand, 37. Simone Gold, 55. Are expected. That's her boyfriend. She's all right. She's cougering. All right, good for her. Are expected to appear in federal court. Okay. Good Lord. Get justice, FBI. Come on. I don't want. Don't make it. Oh, never mind. Anyways, they don't show. There's no video of her being arrested. So I was hoping there'd be John Strand would have videotaped that as well.
There's about 5 different things.
Yeah, we'll send a clip of this to the LA judge.
One is that the FBI Los Angeles reported to a state that I was charged with treason.
No, they didn't. And I just read his affidavit. That's not what it says at all. This is the thing he reports to the state. Doesn't say she's charged with treason at all. That's just a fucking lie.
They put that in writing.
Not in the affidavit, not in the arrest affidavit.
It's a complete fabrication. That's item number.
Well, what you said was a complete fabrication. That I believe.
Number 1. Item number 2, the California Medical Board president has personally made it her mission to rescind my medical license based
on the fact that you're getting people killed?
upon the fact
that your first order of business is do harm?
She viscerally hates and despises me.
Well, that might be enough of a reason, actually. I mean, I don't know her, but I feel like I know her. You know what I mean?
She has worked with the California state legislature to craft a bill, California House Bill 2098, that would pull the medical licenses of people like me.
Oh, criminal lunatics who try to sucker people into taking drugs that won't help their condition?
I know that it involves me because they spoke about me.
They called it the Simone Gold is all right.
In committee
We're not going to use second link.
hearings. In other words, they're putting the full weight of the federal government and the state government on silencing people like me.
No, you could say whatever the fuck you want. You just can't call yourself a doctor if they remove your standing. You could actually be former Dr. Simone Gold, and they took my license away because I believe this, and I'm just telling you what I believe, and they wouldn't be able to do shit about it. But to be an accredited doctor in the system, you can't talk like that because there's standards, and if you violate those standards, you'll lose your medical license. That's why there's a medical license. That's why people are licensed in the first fucking place. You can say whatever the fuck you want. You can't still call yourself a doctor in that case. A medical doctor, anyways.
The good news, what you said, I'm not going to be silenced.
Yeah, we know, because that's not part of it. You're just going to jail for 60 days, and you're going to lose your medical license. We have freedom of speech in this country. You just don't have freedom to having a Twitter account, and not everybody gets a fucking medical license just because they think they know enough about medicine to say so.
Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah, it is. Totally. Wow.
Thank you very much, Simone, for joining me. What a story and what a case. And I know you're going to come out of this stronger and with a big...
Well, she's going to have to. She'll know how to make a shiv out of a toothbrush. Her golf game will be on. She'll be all caught up on Orange is the New Black, binging that show before she goes in. So she knows the rules. And, she might be in a whole new relationship. So
bigger voice than ever. Thank you very much.
May I just...
No, not a bigger... Oh, wait, she's got more to say. Hold on. Not a bigger voice than ever. She'll be... Because if she's not Dr. Simone Gold when she says this, and she calls herself that, she can get in trouble because that's practicing medicine without a license. Fun.
Share with everybody. Please check out Gold.
No, I'm not gonna. No. Not gonna let you do the ad. Sorry. Fuck you.
Thank you.
Yes. Goodbye. That's Dr. Simone Gold, who is the first person that fell that accidentally fell into the Capitol through a skylight and was forced in some way to stop being an American citizen. That was her choice. Do time or stop being an American. And she's not going to do it. She stands for everything that's great about this country. And that's why she was on Dinesh D'Souza, a convicted felon who was engaged in campaign fraud, money fraud. That's why she went on his podcast to say that. So, and of course, she's running her own weird little Bitcoin scam around getting people like it's like hydroxycoin. Yeah, you're a doctor. I'm a doctor. Everybody's a doctor. Beautiful. Simone Gold, pure gold. I didn't do a show yesterday, and I want to keep going. This one aggravates me, and it's shorter than usual, so I feel like I have to do it. Also, right out of the gate, I call bullshit. Ladies and gentlemen, Rusty Trombone, a.k.a. Russell Brand, a.k.a. Russell Bland, a.k.a. Hippie Alex Jones, is wearing a Humane Being shirt, which, by the way, is registered. See that? Somebody's selling this as a t-shirt in this particular thing. So this is not just a statement. This is corporate. This is a corporate branding choice. Whoever made this is incorporated. Hold on. Should we find out? Shit, right out of the gate. I'm going to waste a ton of time. Humane Being. What is it? VLV on the bottom of it? Whoops. VLV. Viva La Vegan t-shirts. Humanebeing.org. There you go. This is who they are. A lovely vegan group. Creating humane beings, kind to animals, protecting people and the planet. Decided something's humane. Ask if you would want that done to you. Andy Kindler. No. Andrea Kladar. Tree hugging. There's a Stoneheart. Help us create humane being. Your support will enable us to reach and help more people live in a way that is kind to animals and protects the planet. Thank you for any gift, no matter how small. Okay. What do they do? New organization, growing site, relevant support ideas, links, welcome. Info articles. Aims us. Okay, who's us? What? How? Why? Who? Meet our volunteers. Okay, so Jane is the... Jane and her dog run it. Good for them. Gavin. Scrap Factory Farming website. David Finney, Campaigns and Political. Rachel, okay. Robert Gordon. Leslie Hatfield, Raising Campaigns. Alice, oh, look at you, Allison. Hey, there you go. Press, Liaison, and Stalls. Okay. Kevin Shaw's in the campaigns team. Neville Atkins, Charlotte. There you are, Charlotte. And Richard Claxton's Campaigns and Education. Cool. Good for them. Lovely. Viva La Vegan. Which, by the way, I will say, Rusty's head currently makes him look like a new vegan. Someone who's not good at it. If you know what I mean. All right. But this is the title of this, and understand this is a man who sells the idea that he's for, peace and understanding and new thoughts and opening ourselves up to a universal consciousness and yada, yada, yada. And that he has a meditation course. And that's why he releases videos titled, They're Coming For You. Roe v. Wade, Facebook, censorship. These are the hashtags associated with it. They're coming for you.
Wade may yet.
Hold on.
Roe v. Wade may yet tear America apart.
All right. Roe v. Wade may yet tear America apart. And I guess you're cheering this idea?
One thing it's shown us is when it comes to big tech censorship, left v. right don't matter.
Left versus right doesn't matter when it comes to big tech censorship. So the left are getting censored just as much as the right. Is that what or the right is getting censored? All right, we'll find out. Again, I don't know what that means, but it's they're coming for you is the title of this. Roe v. Wade censorship.
Hello there, you 5.7 million
males
awakening wonders. Thank
who are here because you're male.
Thank you for joining us on this voyage towards truth. We're making some pretty big moves on this channel, so it's really important you sign.
Yeah, sign up and get the bell and help me raise money off these ideas while I sell my meditation program to people I've given anxiety to.
Sign up to our mailing list. I'll show you how to do it at the end of the video. Please, God, you're...
Hold on 1 second. There's there are some technical things that I need to make sure of. Excellent. There we go. Now I just want to, hey, can I jump in here, y'all, for a second? I just want you to know that these not people like him, these highfalutin English types, come over here and act like we don't know what we're talking about. So if he gonna jump in here and say what, I gotta address it. So, anyways, let's see what he's got to do. Is his head shrinking since the last time? Maybe he's gone to a psychiatrist. Let's see.
Still with us. It's vital that you turn on the notification bell.
Yeah, I'm not going to do that, man. That's just that's a corporate way of having them follow you the fuck around, bruh.
For now, because while we're still on this channel and doing a video every single day, we need every bit of support.
Yeah, everybody needs to get on there. He's buying a new house. See, the housing market in England's about to take a shit. And there's a lot of, coin to be made. You can buy them houses, cheap coming up. So you got to stockpile. You got to be heavy cash.
Support we can get from you. We are committed to bringing you truth. We cannot do it without your comments, without your fun.
Yes, man. Hey, honest to God, this is like rude. I mean, I know I'm on a channel where the dude doesn't even promote his shit. Like that HAL dude who runs this thing. He's terrible about getting people to subscribe and like and do all that shit. I mean, he's got that Venmo thing, but people basically just ignore it. But he doesn't like badger him about it. I got to bug him about it. I mean, how is he supposed to keep me in dental floss if he doesn't promote the goddamn channel? Meanwhile, you're over here acting like the worst guy at a BMW dealership trying to make quota before the end of the fucking month. You're like this... like hippie member of Glen Ross.
Thumbs up without your sharing, without your opinions and views. You educate us. We are in symbiosis with you.
Yeah, hey man, they call that audience capture, and that means that you're basically just like what the bad word for selling yourself.
Now, we've told you many times on this channel that there's a risk in granting censorial powers to big tech platforms.
Yeah, no, you told me that from YouTube, which is owned by Google, and Rumble, which is largely owned by the dude who owned Parler, that when it dumped 70 terabytes of user data on the internet. I remember. Just saying. I just don't want you to think I forgot.
A lot of people on the left were down with it when it was all about banning Trump and not preventing right-wing voices from proliferating on big tech platforms. But now...
Well, were they? I think they were just really against the ones that said, like, bigot words.
Now we're seeing the other side of the argument. Promotion of abortion pills on Facebook is being censored. What does this mean ideologically?
Wait, on Facebook? Dude... did you pay any attention in fucking 2015 and 16? There ain't no Trump presidency without Facebook, you dumb motherfucker.
For a moment, try to put aside where you stand on this particular debate and try and look at the principle that's behind it. For example...
Right, you can have ads for guns on Facebook, but you can't have ads to get the abortion pill across state lines, largely because Facebook doesn't know whether the law will protect them or not, so they're erring on the side of, look who I'm talking to, motherfucker.
For example, if you're a pro-life person, presumably you believe that life is sacred and that we must cherish life.
So you don't. Of course, presumably you also believe in the castle doctrine, the death penalty, and fucking some shit up, yo.
If you're a pro-choice person, in another way, you're saying that life is sacred and a person's individual freedom is sacred.
Yeah, and abstract.
Now, watch yourself revving up the engine of your counter-argument. Yeah, but it's another person's life that's growing inside you. Ah! We have to try to...
Wait a minute. That doesn't seem to be the argument that the second person he mentioned was saying at all. That sounds like the big argument was from the first person, the pro-life person, and that the second person, shit, did anybody else notice that? Hold on, back the fuck up for a second. Watch this again. And see if he's not defending who he thinks his primary crowd is.
Is sacred, and a person's individual freedom is sacred.
Yeah, person's individual freedom is sacred, right? That's the pro-choice idea, that pro-choice people believe in individual freedom. Okay. That's not what your regular viewers think.
Now, watch yourself.
Watch yourself, meaning his audience, and how would that person react?
Revving up the engine of your counter-argument. Yeah, but it's another person's life that's growing inside you. Ah!
Right, so that's the prime. You're saying that your main audience is going to say you don't have the right to remove a life that's growing inside you. Okay, so not audience capture at all.
We have to try to get beyond these arguments, and we have to look at the principles being enacted by state and tech power, because they don't have an ideological side.
No, they don't at all. So they just doing it for money? Were they charging more to get the abortion pills across state lines, or are they just currently you can't actually prescribe stuff on there at all?
Try if you can to extract from your mind your particular.
Well, that ain't fair, man, because you got a head start on us. You've extracted almost everything.
Opinions on the issue discussing, and consider for a moment that the pandemic and all of the complexity around the pandemic was drilled down to giving the government ability to regulate human behavior in unprecedented ways.
Well, no, I mean, they had masks during the Spanish flu, you dumb fucker. We've had, if you got a kid, they got to get certain vaccines to go to nursery school.
Lockdowns, mandated.
Yeah, no, we didn't have lockdowns, dumb fuck. We didn't. Nobody was locked in their fucking house. They were greatly discouraged, but this wasn't Shanghai, you dumb son of a bitch.
Medical procedures. Think about how January the 6th ended up being anti-protest legislation.
What? Hold on. Think about how January 6th ended up being anti-protest legislation. Does this motherfucker know we just had a bunch of gun protests in this country? The fuck are you talking about? What? He's just making shit up. That's the face of a man who just went, oh fuck, I just said something that makes no goddamn sense. Par for the course.
Think about how big issues or crises ultimately end up granting more power to centralized authority.
Yeah, they don't actually. That's why it required the president and the Congress to act in concert, and why some of the things were rolled back by the Supreme Court and others weren't, because we don't have centralized. We don't operate that way, dummy. Fuck, man. I don't know what to tell you, man. We ain't got a queen.
They, of course, do this with your active engagement and encouragement. Good, good. I want people to be forced to lock down or take particular medical. Good, good. You shouldn't have that guy in the buffalo hat marauding around shitting on Nancy Pelosi's table. She probably better sell shares in that shit for a profit. She's a good businesswoman.
What? That's not the guy that shit in there, man. That guy's got enough troubles getting organic food inside a jail. He's already been sentenced, dumb fuck.
I say that forget your partisan tribal affiliation.
Dude, we're all in one tribe right now, and that is I don't understand what the fuck this asshole is talking about tribe. You've done it, man. You brought the whole world together with a big fucking Tucker Carlson crease in our fucking forehead. Like, what? We are all hashtag tribe what now?
For a moment.
Do what now?
And think about the principle behind it.
The principle behind what? fuck are you talking about, man?
Particularly when discussing this story. This is
What's all right? Here we go.
Branko Markitic writing.
The Jackoffin, the Jacobine, the Jacobin, Jaquanin. Okay, Facebook. Hold on. Facebook's anti-abortion censorship is a reminder of the perils of content moderation. Dude, I don't know about you, but I don't go to Facebook to see ISIS beheading videos and people doing videos from the anarchist cookbook, you dumb fuck. What do you mean? Why is content moderation in fucking quotes?
In Jacobin, which is, of course, a left-wing publication.
Of course. Except they're so far left, they're right. They're authoritarian psychopaths. But go ahead.
When it comes to tech censorship, Jacobin and others have constantly stressed that while it may seem like a temptingly easy solution to a host of problems, the idea looks less appealing when you start to look at the practicality.
Yeah, I mean, once we start calling for the destruction, like, it might be okay when Trump supporters and sovereign citizens want to burn shit down and they get kicked off. But what if we want to say burn shit down and we get in trouble too? We're not supposed to get in trouble for inciting a riot. They are.
Practicalities like
Facebook's anti-abortion. Okay.
Like, do you trust algorithms and faceless tech bureaucrats to judge what counts as acceptable speech and what doesn't?
No, but I think you can have kind of a baseline. There's like, I don't know how many fucking videos or photos get loaded on fucking Facebook every day, but they'd never have enough people. You couldn't hire people to look through those fucking pictures. Dude, if I had to look through my grandma's pictures when she posts them, I'd want to off myself. Much less looking at some of the awful people want to post. Dude, Facebook has one of the biggest human trafficking problems of all the fucking sites, and they need an algorithm just to chase down here, we want to sell a kid. And the Jacobin's like, well, what if we want to sell a kid one day? What if we decide well, they communists, so what if we want to give away somebody else's kid someday?
Or would you still want tech companies to do this if the rules they're following are written by people who don't share your politics?
Well, you'd want some kind of, the idea is that the baseline covers both, right? Because I'm guessing they don't let the pro-lifers show a dead baby on there and just like the signs they hold up at them fucking places because they don't want people barfing all over their fucking phone.
That's a really brilliant question.
Yeah, so great. Especially if you have to dig down deep to find a thought in your fucking skull.
Isn't it? And it shows you.
Yeah, like what if one day you want to put on a beheading video? What if Bernie Sanders supporters decide that beheading people is the only way to get their message across? Then what? They gonna take your videos down? That ain't fair.
Being guided by a principle rather than an emotional affiliation to a particular issue. I believe people have the right to total bodily autonomy.
Okay.
So they shouldn't have to take vaccines, not if they don't want to, but should they?
Yeah, here's the thing, asshole. If they want to be around other people, people got to know if they gonna make them sick, especially when it comes to shit like measles. Like, you can catch COVID after you've had it. It just keeps you out of the hospital. That's one of the troubles with this. That's why everybody needs to get vaccinated. But when you're talking about shit like the measles and stuff, you don't want any of these diseases you can pass on to somebody because you're symptomatic and you have to be symptomatic to pass it on. And then you're like, I don't give a fuck I got these symptoms. I'm going to work anyways. And then they fire you and you're like, I got the right to bodily autonomy. So I'll show up with fucking tuberculosis and cough all over all the condiments here at the chicken shack.
They be able to have a termination of a pregnancy. Now, I know there's more complexity in the second example because, of course, the argument is that that's an independent life growing within. I'm sensitive to your politics.
Wait a minute. Sensitive to your politics? Dude's got 5.7 million subscribers, and he's talking like the only people watching is the Westboro Baptist fucking church.
Even if I don't share them. And I think...
Well, yeah, you don't share them, you just sell them. Cha-ching.
That's precisely what Branko Markitic is suggesting.
No, he's not. You haven't even got to the part where he's suggesting it, dummy.
that we have to have principles that go beyond just, oh, we're going to win if we go this way. That's no good.
Okay, here we go. A recent story is a perfect example of this dilemma. Good. We're finally getting to the fucking point.
Recent story is a...
By the way, way to put the fucking logo huge in there. Selling the periodical. I'm glad they're getting work.
Perfect example of this dilemma. According to Vice, Facebook has been removing posts...
Wait, according to Vice? So why aren't you doing the Vice story? Why are you reading the Jacobin story? Why aren't you coming about this of your own thinking? Because you read the Vice story. Why didn't you get to this part in the article and go, according to Vice, it's been doing, oh shit, let me go read the Vice story, get the whole story, and see if my opinion resonates with what this story is. Maybe they got it, maybe they took something away from the, why am I reading third-hand fucking stories? Why am I listening to you read someone else's opinion about a story about something that happened instead of just you talking about what the fuck happened? Why don't you go look into what the fuck Vice is? Never mind.
Posts from users and even temporarily banning them.
Temporarily banning them from social media if they mention the fact that abortion has been removing posts from users.
From the social media platform if they mention the fact that abortion pills can be sent in the mail. Interest in abortion pills soared after the Supreme Court officially overturned Roe v. Wade last week. The news outlet both heard from users who had been censored for making such posts and...
Okay. So you read that story then?
Made similar posts themselves using a burner account, with posts getting flagged for removal instantly or within minutes.
Okay. Were they just talking about it? Or were they... Hold on one second. We got to check this shit out. I want to know this. Vice. What abortion pill, Facebook, something like that. Facebook. There you go. This is how easy this shit is, man. I know how to operate this stuff. It's from their thing. Facebook is banning people who say they will mail abortion pills. A Facebook user is banning people who, a person and Motherboard both face consequences for posting about mailing abortion pills on Facebook on the same day Supreme Court overturned protections. Okay, Facebook is removing the post users who share status updates that say abortion pills can be mailed, and in some cases temporarily banning those users. When exactly Facebook started removing these and similar posts is unclear, but Motherboard confirmed Facebook removed such posts on the same day that Roe v. Wade thing. I will mail abortion pills to any of you. Just message me. Oh, okay. That ain't just posting about. That's not saying you can get them. That's people offering medical pills. The person told Motherboard, I posted at 11 a.m. and was notified within a minute it was removed. I was not notified until it tried to post later that I was banned for it. Do you work for these tech companies? Do you have information on how they're handling data regarding abortion? We love it. Okay, that's their post. To corroborate this activity, Motherboard reporter attempted to post the phrase abortion pills can be mailed on the Facebook using a burner account. The post was flagged within seconds as violating the site's community standards, specifically rules against buying, selling, or exchanging medical or non-medical drugs. The reporter had given the option to disagree with the decision or agree with it. After they chose disagree, the post was removed. They just said abortion pills can be mailed, but there's a presumption that they could mail it from you. You'd mail it. Motherboard was able to post the phrase painkiller pills can be mailed. Pills and abortion without... Well, that's because painkiller pills can be bought over the fucking counter. Motherboard posted abortion pills can be mailed a second time. It was flagged for removal. And this time, the reporter agreed with the decision. On Monday, the post disagreed, violated community standards, was reinstated. New post saying abortion pills can be mailed was into... Okay, so the algorithm got it, but because these other people was selling shit. But here we go. Facebook policy to encourage safety. There you go. Facebook is banning people who say they will mail abortion pills. Dude, that's just content that attempts to buy, sell, trade, gift, or request or donate pharmaceuticals is not allowed. Content that discusses the affordability and accessibility of prescription medication is allowed. We've discovered some instances of incorrect enforcement and are correcting the issue. That's all it fucking was, dummy. Dude was offering them, dumb fuck.
The Associated Press got the same results in its own independent investigation, in which it found that Instagram, which is owned by Facebook, or Meta as it's now rebranded, was also near instantly censoring posts that talked about sending abortion pills across state lines.
Yeah, not talked about, man. You gotta be distinct. They either said, we'll send you the shit, or it sounded like they were saying they'd send you the shit, and then you could agree or disagree with getting it.
The culprit seems to be Facebook's policy barring attempts
the culprit
by individuals, manufacturers and retailers to purchase, sell or trade non-medical drugs, pharmaceutical drugs and marijuana, as well as firearms, though according to Vice, a post saying that painkiller pills can be mailed went up without trouble.
That's because painkillers aren't non-medical drugs, and painkiller is a random phrase. Because they can be, you can buy them off Amazon, dumb fuck. It's not the same thing.
Likewise,
try it with hydroxychloroquine. See what happens.
The AP found that posts about mailing weed and a gun were left intact. It suggests that...
Yeah, that's because nobody's saying a gun can be mailed. People would use that in a story about, like, why the fuck that asshole have a gun? Like, how do he even get it out there? Like, a gun can be mailed. And they're like, oh, shit, that's how he got it. A weed can be mailed. Oh, we should do something about that. It's a different fucking conversation, dummy.
Contrary to its own policy, Facebook is specifically targeting talk about mailing abortion pills for censorship, possibly for fear of running afoul of right-wing state laws following Roe's death.
Yeah, until the law is clarified, they gonna stay on that side of it. By the way, they are never gonna be in danger of a right-wing state saying, being upset that a gun can be mailed.
It's doing so illegal. All of this should serve as a cautionary tale about the perils of text.
No, it shouldn't. First of all, the only people getting busted are people who are actually actively saying they gonna send shit. The other ones are people who look like that could be read as that, and it was like a booster to get to that thing from these fucking, accounts. By the way, their fucking burner account, which Facebook knows is a fucking burner account, the algorithm's gonna check it for realistic usage. They ain't used it in a long time. They don't do burner fucking, let's see if I can type this shit every day. They only do it when there's a story. So it perks up on certain days. And so it's going to go, this account barely has any fucking activity. And then it pops up on this fucking day, and it sounds like they're selling drugs.
Censorship for liberals, who have tended to be the most enthusiastic supporters of such policies, led astray by a
bullshit
false media narrative that online misinformation is the root cause of the past few years' political disruption.
Hold on. Led astray. Hold on. I got to get out of here because this dude's annoying me. Run that by me again, real quick. What was that shit? Led astray by a false media narrative that online misinformation is the root cause of the past few years' political disruption. I would take issue with. Absolutely.
Media narrative that online misinformation is the root cause of the past few years' political disruption. Tech censorship.
By the way, that's not even in debate.
It might seem like a simple solution for misinformation, but in practice, it's arbitrary and inconsistently enforced.
Yeah. And it's a temporary problem on social media. Nope, there was no censorship that was happening on the news media when they were going, yes, across state lines, you can purchase it. There's still ways to do this. It was being discussed both pro and con on news media regularly. Of course, it would make its way to social media in story form and make people aware of those facts. Those facts were not hidden from anyone. The only thing that stopped it was the idea that the algorithm has a thing that stops it from doing some very bad shit all the time, so they don't have a huge, underground pervitin problem on Facebook.
Gets things wrong while being immune to accountability.
No, it isn't. The accountability is user interface. If it fucks up and does this stuff too often, people will stop using it and they'll go to other sites. Happens all the fucking time. That's the accountability. It's a product. People will stop using the product. There's no damage done to them if they can't get information from a singular point. Even if they fuck up, the fuck up is stacked against the things you like and don't like about the site and your decision. That's accountability. It's fucking Facebook. It's not FEMA.
And has largely been damaging to independent media.
No, it hasn't. The only thing damaging to independent media in this, by the way, and this is coming from a dude who always gets, if I'm monetized at all, I get the cautionary yellow one, which just gives me like right-wing ads on YouTube, and the Epic Times, shit like that, where they don't care who sees what video they're on because it doesn't matter. They don't have any ethics, so they don't care. I get hit with that stuff all the time. Tough shit. I'm using the platform. I'm benefiting from the platform. It's the pros outweigh the cons. It's my ass if I get kicked off or something. They get to set the terms.
I've always questioned the assumption that the mainstream media is genuinely left-wing because my understanding of left-wing politics is that it's about the genuine empowerment of ordinary people, not centrist state power. That's just another flavour of authoritarianism. So if you use left-wing arguments to grant more power to big tech companies or the state, in the end, that power will be utilised in whatever way is convenient for them.
Yeah, it's always, it's all the same. 6 of one, half dozen of another. Eventually, if the best thing to achieve utopia is some beheading videos, eventually we might need that.
To continue to pursue whatever agenda they're pursuing at that particular time. That's why without genuine principles of free speech and anti-censorship that you...
Yeah, you got to take a little bit of child porn and beheading videos if you're going to have that, right? It's right, Russell? You got to let that stuff through because otherwise...
apply equally to both or indeed all sides of an argument.
They do. And when in the cases where they don't, they have to correct it. Abortion medication is not the same as fucking painkillers. Painkillers is a generic term. For fuck's sake, there's a Judas Priest album named Painkiller. You can buy it through the mail. It's not the same fucking thing.
You will in the end yield.
And by the way, can I remind everybody that the title of this video is "They're Coming for You"? What a douchebag. There's sort of a weird cruelty to his videos. I like that Priest album as well, Kath.
Yield to centralized power interests. And as this case should remind us, what tech companies decide to censor and what not to censor is largely shaped by the intentions of those who hold power at any given time.
Bullshit! The first person that got kicked off and the majority of the ones that got kicked off were people offering, I will send you these drugs, which are prescription drugs. And the clarity on that is like, oh shit. And somebody went, oh my God, there's dozens of these. Like, well, knock them all off and then we'll sort it out later because we can't go through all of them. It's millions of fucking accounts posting shit like this.
It doesn't matter a whole lot that Facebook SPARKS Andy Stone is a longtime Democratic Party apparatchik who likely...
Apparatchik. Apparatchik? Jesus Christ, not a bird, you dickhead. It doesn't matter a whole lot that Facebook SPARKS Andy Stone is a longtime... apparatchik who likely holds a variety of conventional liberal views on issues like abortion. Yeah, it does. Because I got news for you. He might not want, think about this for a second. He might not want a proliferation of these posts to go across state lines dealing with this particular issue because it might give more fuel to the right-wingers who are trying to shut this down and make it even more difficult for women in those situations to get stuff because they'll say Facebook itself is selling. You can buy the abortion pill on Facebook and blah, blah, blah.
He holds a variety of conventional liberal views on issues like abortion. In a world where the Supreme Court is dominated by a hard right supermajority that can simply rewrite the laws to fit its political beliefs, Facebook will clearly have incentives to push its censorship policies in a more conservative direction, no matter what the personal beliefs are of the people who...
No, it won't. This was an acute circumstance. This goes along with like the hydroxychloroquine shit. When there's no studies that showed, and there never were, and it always failed. Every time they would bring up hydroxychloroquine, they're like, we got to punt that down. Until there's a study that says this thing helps, people will avoid getting vaccinated or think the disease is no big deal if they think this horse dewormer will help them.
Who run it. What we've said on numerous times on our channel is when it comes to
our channel, it's fucking him. Dude, stop saying we. I mean, he's got a staff. I mean, there's definitely, they've got a functioning staff doing this, and he's got editors. But this is his take. I mean, this isn't, like, I at least name my show. I could have a guest host on HAL Sparks Mega Worldwide, and you just go, hey, you know, whoever. He just calls it Russell Brand. This is just him. What do you mean we?
Comes to issues like
this is like laying it off on the staff.
Climate change, ecology.
What did he cut out of there? Climate change. What part of that did you take out?
Our channel is when it comes to issues like climate change, ecology.
Did he say abortion and they just cut it out entirely?
Civil liberties, identity politics. These big businesses and corporations that proudly display the paraphernalia of whatever issue they're supporting at that time don't genuinely care about the human beings or indeed the planet or planetary systems affected by it. They are
also, says fucking who? So basically all the companies that do like Pride Month stuff, it's not just that some obviously look at it as a huge marketing potential and they really want to make something out of it and they think there's money to be made there, but that the people that do that don't fucking care at all. That any company that puts a pride flag up, never mind the fact that they would lose, you know, all kinds of right-wing customers, the kind of people who watch Russell's show, for Christ's sake, but they don't care. They don't give a fucking shit about any of this stuff. None of them care. Like everybody who works at whatever, everybody who works at Twitter doesn't give a fuck about climate change or gay rights or women's rights or abortion or anything. Neither does Facebook. It's money, 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 and everything that they, you know, they say is just a way to get more of that. Like, and again, I gotta say, it sounds like projection.
simply pursuing an immediate agenda that...
Again, why would they pursue an immediate agenda, especially if it involves the complete destruction of the species? For real. Like, I know there are people who don't buy it. That's one thing. If you don't believe in climate change and you're just like, fuck it, that's nonsense. But there are a lot of companies that work towards this stuff. And I'm like, I guess the assumption is that all the climate change stuff that's done by every company in the world is to be read by how seriously you take Exxon or Chevron or BP's argument about the issue. But that everybody who works there, whatever, if you're a greeter at fucking Walmart, you personally don't give a fuck whether they use plastic or paper bags in the state that you're in and the rules around that.
Grants them access to more profits or bigger audience, or is it simple? You know, that's...
Yeah, and one of the things about a bigger audience is that you need people to be alive, I suppose.
What virtue signaling is it?
No, well, the assumption is that they don't actually have the virtues, they're just selling the virtue. So if you're saying that's what virtue signaling is, one thing. But if you're actually showing a genuine virtue that you have or a system you believe should exist, and you're willing to take the financial hit because a section of the populace might be against that thing, even if even though the majority is shifted, that doesn't mean your audience has. Like Dick's Sporting Goods not selling AR-15s, for example, or guns like that. Removing those guns, that's a hit where Dick's Sporting Goods is going to take a hit from their main customer base. But according to him, that's just a virtue signal so they can sell more shotguns because it's cash and they don't care if a kid blows their own brains out with it. Like, that's it. I don't know what the fuck.
Isn't it? You don't really believe in it.
Right. Says King Virtue Signal. Exactly. That's what this is. He's wearing a fucking vegan shirt. I don't buy it.
Recognize that you're supposed to believe in it at the...
He's like, what do you think? I'm vegan, but I do fish and cheese and bacon's so good.
Moment, so you will signal your virtue by pretending to care about it at the moment.
Right, and your assumption that they are pretending is the thing I have issue with. Like, I don't believe the BP green ads at all. But that doesn't mean that I don't think, like, Honda in trying to move towards hydrogen or more electric cars, or Hyundai, which is putting even more of an emphasis, or even the Ford F-150 that they're putting together, aren't actively moving towards a situation where they're trying to create a vehicle that's got some legs, that's better for the planet, that will ultimately be better for its customer at the same time. The assumption that they're equally as evil as, you know, a Saudi oil refining facility manager is just dickish.
My personal belief is that many of these issues are extremely important. All sides.
Yes, all sides of the issues should be heard. It's extremely important that, you know, you should have the ability to decide and make a choice and choose. But there are people who believe you shouldn't have that choice, and they should have the right to tell you and deny you that right to have that choice in a legal sense.
Of the arguments around culture are valuable. I'm not suggesting that cultures can't be put into hierarchies, that some cultures are more valuable than others, but all cultures, particularly if they have a religious connection to the people practicing them, must be respected. And
I see. That particularly that. So the idea is that pro-life is associated with Christianity or a specific breed of evangelical Christianity in the United States. So they deserve more of a say than, say, a secular woman who just wants the right to choose.
More important than that, in a situation like this, what you discover is that Facebook don't actually care about the abortion rights of women or climate change.
Well, let's see. I mean, they don't not care. That's part of it. Let's see. Facebook. Let's see. Perhaps this is a Facebook. Let's see. How do they do the? Let's see. Let's just look at this. Okay. Well, here's an example. Like this is, and I don't really use, I mean, I'm on Facebook obviously, but I don't really use it on a personal level. It's mostly a business. Facebook diversity update, increasing representation in our workforce and supporting minority-owned businesses within the, here's one, we increase representation of women in technical, non-technical, and leadership roles globally, as well as Black and Hispanic employees in the U.S. In just 1 year, we achieved 38.2% increase in Black leaders, getting a head start on a 5-year goal to increase those leaders who are people of color by 30%. Representation of women globally combined with the underrepresented minorities, people with disabilities, and veterans in the U.S. slightly outpaced our ambitious growth. Today make up 45.6% of our workforce, up from 45.3% in 2020. We're on track to meet our goal of spending $1.1 billion with diverse-owned businesses and donating to underrepresented creators and nonprofits this year. We shared Facebook's responsible innovation dimensions and built inclusive product councils. So this would all be just, according to Russell, this would be just, I guess, virtue signaling. They don't really care about any of this stuff. This is diversity cash. So the idea is that somebody, and I'm speaking hypothetically, Russell, pretends to care about shit and really works very hard to appeal to an audience that's against some of that stuff to make money off the audience that's against those ideas.
Or whether or not someone's a libertarian, pro-gun person promoting the use or accessibility of firearms. What they care about is Facebook's ability to generate revenue through advertisements. That's what they care about.
Yeah, but if somebody buys a gun from some dickhead on there and uses it to kill a bunch of people, then the usage of Facebook goes down. So even their selfish reasoning helps in a bunch of these situations, as does the ability to buy and sell pharmaceuticals without a prescription across Facebook would shut the fucking site down.
And if there's likely to be legislation which impacts them negatively, they will change their ideology. Their ideology is mutable precisely because it is performative. That's why I think it's vital.
Performative. Again, I'm going with projection. I'm going to go 100% with projection.
For me and for you and for all of us to investigate what our core beliefs are.
Here's my core belief. Here's one of my core beliefs. Say your piece, say it honestly, and never make it your life's work to make people miserable intentionally just for clicks. And so one of my core beliefs is never have a title like "They're Coming for You" that I know is A, complete horseshit, B, not indicative of the content that's said in the video or article or anything of the sort, and never manipulate your audience with fear intentionally to get them to come back and see your show again, no matter how much financial gain will come from it. Fuck that. Not ever. Not me. Not now. Not tomorrow. No way. That's one of my core beliefs. That is one of the biggest areas that I differ with Russell.
Take, for example, something like the pandemic, or the pandemic and its incumbent regulation and legislation.
It's incumbent regulation and legislation. You mean the attempt by governments to save the lives of as many of their own civilians as possible in the face of a global pandemic that was killing millions?
Would all be okay if legitimately behind it are the principles of life is sacred. We have.
Yeah, it is. That's why they came up with mandates, because even if you don't believe this shit, setting up a barrier, that you might not pass because you might think it's no big deal, and then by the time you find out it's a big deal, you're on a fucking ventilator and having to say goodbye to your family by waving with 2 fingers on an iPad, and they never get to fucking see you again. And so your life, even if you're a dickhead, is sacred enough for the government, which is responsible for your safety to the greatest extent it can be, is to deal with that threat, especially as a moving threat, even when it entails being wrong or right about things ahead of the emotional or psychological curve of the populace.
Have to protect one another. This virus is dangerous. It's going to kill people. We're going to have to do whatever we can to protect one another. But when you start to suspect that the intentions and agenda of powerful interests may be at play and may be preventing a necessary conversation from taking place.
No, that level of bullshit was endangering lives. If you eventually come to the conclusion that fuckheads like this actually are contributing to people getting killed unnecessarily and panicking people. This dude runs the biggest fucking videos this guy has have Pfizer in the title. He's regularly doing it. This is a moneymaker for him. Talking about the pandemic is a key issue with his audience. This is how having a constant reference to the idea that you don't need the vaccine, they only did it for the money, it doesn't really help, and they're subverting your own independent choice by making you get a vaccine. That's an integral to his money-making scheme over the last year and a half.
Well, then that's different. Same with January the 6th. If you think that it's a genuine attack on your democracy, that these people are insurrectionists, and if they could have took over the Capitol that day, they would have overturned the election, well, that's important if you believe in your democracy or your constitution or your...
Yeah, but I don't know why anybody would.
Your republic or whatever you want to call your nation. But what...
I'll tell you what I want to call my nation. The United States of America. We are a constitutional republic that operates as a democracy, where every vote counts. And so the idea that that it's debatable about whether or not it was a good thing that people charged up the fucking Capitol steps, stomped one of their own to death, beat and tased cops, stabbed them with fucking sharpened flagpoles with a Blue Lives Matter flag on it, crushed 3 of his fucking vertebrae, broke ribs, stomped people. What part? Where's the other side of that argument is kind of okay?
I think happened on January the 6th is that there was an uprising of some magnitude, and you can define that however you want to.
Of some magnitude. Oh, don't get me wrong, it was a fucking failure, but it was a violent fucking failure.
But subsequently, anti-protest laws were brought in. The same with the corona.
No, they weren't. The fuck are you talking about? We didn't change the laws about protests. We didn't have a fucking Patriot Act after this. What are you talking about? I honestly don't know what he means. Seriously, I don't know what the anti-protest laws he's talking about are. That's just made up.
coronavirus pandemic. There was an initial moment when everyone was a bit like, oh, bloody hell, what's going to happen? But subsequently, loads of regulations and laws and certain interests benefited. The pharmaceutical industry benefited, the media benefited.
The public benefited.
The government benefited from
the public benefited.
New laws, and you're familiar with.
And again, why does the government benefited from new laws? How? Oh, I know. Because a bunch of their taxpayers didn't die so that their economies collapsed.
Wealth transfer. Now, the more you grant surveillance powers to the state and big tech, the more you grant the state the ability to regulate and control its population.
Says the asshole from YouTube, which is owned by Google.
The less likely it is that
But the worst thing is big tech can check on you and have some knowledge about it. So don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell so that I can, every time I pop online, it sends you an email to your account, whether you want one or not.
You'll be able to oppose them when they start to regulate something you care about and at odds with your interest.
No, it doesn't work that way, asshole. We're not a nation of sovereign fucking citizens. You don't get to fucking stockpile AK-47s because it's in your interest to have a bunch of Russian-made Kalashnikovs so you can open fire at a fucking mall.
One day it might be gun control, next day it might be abortion. So remember, your apparent...
Okay, the censorship around gun control, there is none. You can't sell guns and you can't sell drugs on Facebook. You can't send someone a free gun in exchange for favors or just because you think they need one illegally on Facebook. And you can't do that with abortion medication or any kind of prescription medication. It's a static rule. The difference is that there aren't enough humans to look at every fucking message, and the algorithm has a limited scope. People who wrote big long posts about stuff and like we should have the right to and conversed about that, and just having the phrase you can get this the abortion pill through the mail wasn't censored. If it was in a context in a paragraph or a back and forth, but if you just put that, it looked like sales. It looked like somebody trying to sell it. That's why the algorithm kicked it off, and they tweaked it and it's fine. It's their fucking site.
Differences and distinction from people on other sides of the culture war or political arguments is not as significant as your fundamental shared goal to create a space in which all of us can express ourselves, particularly where we disagree with one another.
All right. Well, he's going to jump back to the article or whatever, but this isn't about a disagreement. This is simply about big tech thinking, well, you can talk about all of what you want, but these were read as somebody trying to sell something illegally, and that's a violation of terms of service, applies to fucking everything.
If you find it alarming, the best way to protect against this is to advocate for and firmly cement very strict limits on these companies' ability to censor or at minimum establish some kind of democratic oversight of it.
Why? You know what the democratic oversight of Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, any of these sites is? Get the fuck off. If they violate that rule enough and people want to be able to have those kind of discussions, they'll have them. Go to a fucking Reddit thread. You can talk about anything you fucking want.
Perhaps by putting such firms under public ownership or treating them as utility.
Get the fuck out of here. Make one. Make Jacobin, book. Jacobin book. Make, Russell book. Knock yourself the fuck out. You don't get to co-opt something simply because it's so big they need an algorithm to keep beheading videos off of it and you're on the wrong side of it. Jesus Christ.
That is a left-wing argument.
No, it is not. The Jacobin is not left-wing. They're authoritarian. I don't believe in genuine horseshoe theory. I don't believe in public seizure, for example. I don't think that's any different than monarchical seizure at some point. Especially when it comes to stuff that takes no physical space in my world. We're not talking about the nationalization of oil or public lands or some shit. Facebook takes up no physical space in your life.
down monopolies and introduce democratic regulation into these monopolies. I've seen.
We already have that. We have Democratic, representatives that will create legislation to keep things like drugs from being sold and guns from being traded on things like Facebook.
Tucker Carlson talking about these things.
Oh, geez, it's almost like, and he's left wing. I mean, it's like we all care about the same fucking thing. Jacobin and Tucker Carlson, same people.
On Fox News, the old categories of left and right are melting away because.
No, they're not. The extremists on either end overlap a lot. That does not mean that the old categories of left and right have fallen away at all. Republicans believe we are a constitutional republic, and they believe in the Electoral College as the primary way to elect a president, and that they believe that states should select their senators instead of elect their senators. I, as a Democrat, disagree. And there's a fundamental difference between those two systems. It's why I'm a Democrat. It's why I vote Democrat.
Obviously,
because I believe in the democratic process, and they fucking don't.
We have a professional media class now that don't care a damn about ordinary working people. That's why on this channel we're committed to having conversations with people from across the political spectrum.
No, you're not. No, he isn't. He doesn't talk to people across the political spectrum. He talks to right-wingers. He has fucking... And Jimmy Dore doesn't count. He has... I mean, it's the same as... Jimmy talks to Tucker. He puffs up Tucker. They're all the same. They're all engaged in the same bullshitting.
Spectrum, hearing them out and trying to come together.
No, you don't. No, he doesn't. He gives the illusion of being on the left side of things so that he can talk to righties and go, you seem reasonable, mate.
And create different principles around how we might organize communities.
Nonsense. That has never happened in his show ever. He's a fear farmer and a chaos entrepreneur. That's it.
Rather than just, oh, well, I agree with you on these core issues. All of the rest of you must be bad. Enter into conversation with good faith with other people.
No, I also disagree with you being in good faith. You're not even arguing good faith in the articles you've shown.
They have a different experience of life. Maybe there's a reason that they prioritize fear more than you do, or they prioritize risk more than you do. People have different biologies, people have different intentions, people have different sociological histories.
And again, why I am pro-democracy. Person from a monarchy.
One important principle that I think we can continually turn to is if we grant power to big tech, to the state, to...
You don't. You know how you don't? Get the fuck off YouTube, dummy. You're giving them power. They're making money on you. No matter how much you're making on YouTube, they're making 60% more or whatever the fuck it is. He's part of the structure. He's got 5.7 million subscribers. I'm definitely not kicking down.
The big business and the media, in the end, individuals and communities will suffer because they will use this power to do whatever they want.
Bullshit. My ability to not buy a gun on Facebook or purchase drugs on Facebook will have zero impact on my usage or non-usage of Facebook or my material relationships with other people. 1,000 likes. Nice. Thanks, guys. I appreciate it. All we had to do was watch this prick. By the way, yes, he's got 5.7 million subscribers. 5.73 million subscribers. He sheds more subscribers than I have on my channel. Now, it's obviously I don't purchase subscribers. I'm not implying that maybe I am. But I also I'm not in the audience capture business. And I don't do clickbait, like especially on my thumbnails.
If they help you, it's an inadvertent consequence of their agenda. If they harm you, that's just tough luck. But that's just what I think. Let me...
Oh, fuck. That's what I think. Help me make money. I mean, this is really just a capitalist endeavor after all, posing as left-wing propaganda. But tell me how much I should go on Tucker Carlson, because it will really help my numbers boost even more. And tell me how much I've been right about all these things, especially when I talk about how virtue signaling and social justice warriors are grotesque perversions of actual ideologies, and the true community comes from denying all of these realities. P.S. Don't vote. Christ.
You know what you think in the...
No, fuck off. And again, this is the end sale. You can come see me live. Apparently those shows are over. For the record. All right. All right. I do him, with his videos a little more infrequently than we started out, because they're goddamn repetitive. They're the same thing. It's just basically him reading like Mint Tree or whatever the fuck that is, or the Jacobin, poser left-wing magazines, shit rags that basically undercut the idea of democracy, because we're never going to be able to get to the commie utopia unless if these assholes are allowed to vote. That's the premise, which is just another form of authoritarianism. Don't put me in charge because I've convinced everybody that I'm right. Put me in charge and then I'll convince everybody that I'm right. Fuck that. Sorry. It's not how democracy works. It's not how humans change. It never works, and it usually ends up with a lot of people dead. But meanwhile, though, Russell Brand has figured out a way to make a solid living. I mean, he's hold on, let's see. There's got to be. What is it? Yeah, there we go. Just you mind if I just to clarify, understand that Russell is telling you guys how big corporations and rich people are always fucking with you, and that they just do whatever they do just to make money off of you. And that's the only reason they do it. This is currently, Russell Brand's net worth is said to be $81 million. He gets $5 million a movie. He doesn't do those very often, but he's got $43 million in assets, $10 million in loans, that would be property, $22 million in investments, and $1 million in YouTube earnings. That's a year. Let's see. He owns an Audi Q2, a Tesla X, and a Range Rover Sport. His, here you go. So earnings 2018 and on YouTube, $750K that year, $810 the next year, 2020 $1 million. Big jump in 2021 when he started anti-vaxxing. He made a full-on $2 million more. 2022, we're not even halfway through the year, and he's made $4 million so far. He's got 8 real estate properties, 6 cars, 2 luxury yachts. His asset portfolio also includes cash reserves of over $20 million. Owns an investment portfolio of 9 stocks that are valued at $16 million. 9 stocks. He owns motherfucker. Really? One of his biggest assets that he has is Google. Alphabet owns Google. AT&T, Ford, Costco, and FedEx. He lives in a 9,400 square foot luxury home in Grays, Essex. He bought it for $13 million. It has 6 bedrooms and 7 baths. He's an Aries. Loves Johnny Depp and Amy Adams. His favorite color is red. Look, we have something in common. Terry is his pet name. That's unfair to that guy. He loves, his favorite music artist is Eminem. Really? Let's see. He's made $10 million in the past year through movies, stand-up comedy, and YouTube. How did he make money? He's made over $1 million from YouTube. That's a year by year. How many company does Russell Brand own? He owns his company's called Vanity Projects. He's twice divorced. Oh no, he's married to Laura Brand. He divorced Katy Perry. Russell Brand lives in his ultra luxury house in Los Angeles. No, not currently. And he's worth $81 million. Just, I mean, if that isn't the Jacobins' main demographic, I don't know what is. I just love that one of his biggest stock holdings is in fucking Google. And can we put a pin in that for every time he talks about about big tech? Oh, and if he's made $4 million in YouTube this year, but he only made $1 million from movies and stand-up. This is definitely the gig these days. This is definitely how he makes a living. Yeah. Okay, Doomer. So again, look, I wish people all the luck in the world. But you're never going to catch me doing the evil clickbait shit. You're never going to have me have like a story like they're going to end your life. If you don't read this or you don't see this, you're going to die. That kind of shit. Not going to, fucking hell. It's just gross. It's gross. But he's okay with it. And that's the thing. That's made him $4 million this year so far on YouTube. I mean, look at Alex Jones's studio. Look at Glenn Beck's studio. There's a lot of money in fear farming. The doomer dollar is here to stay. I just refuse to do it. I'm not going to do it. And I believe in what I'm doing here and what I'm doing for you guys and in the other work that I do. And I'm going to chug along. I've always wanted to be, you guys know me acting-wise, my goal is to be Hume Cronin or Burgess Meredith. I want to be the old guy in the movie. So I'm chugging right along doing my thing. Heyday when I'm ancient. Totally cool with that idea. I mean, I have an old sounding name, so it works. Hal Sparks sounds like a comedian from the 30s who was, worked a couple of gigs with Abbott and Costello on the road, right? But I refuse to do it. I will not. And CSL, who helps with the thumbnails, bless his heart, he knows this. I'm sure he knows the audience would go up if we ticked up that stuff. And he and I are both committed to not doing that shit. Not going to do it. Because it matters. I'm not an end timer. I'm never going to be an end timer. And the only thing worse than being an end timer for real is pretending to be one to make a buck off of other people's fears. And then to sell a meditation course. Are you feeling anxious? Yeah. Gee, I wonder fucking why, you prick. Ugh. Yeah, like Russell Brand is officially the worst. Like Jimmy Dore, we know he's a dick and he's anti-democracy. That's comes part and parcel. But at this point, there's no illusion. He's just a crotchety fuck in an old chair sitting in front of a green screen covering his friends with graphics. It's like, that's not going anywhere. Russell's growing a crowd. Russell's crowd has grown immensely. And he's actively participating in this shit more and more. Like it's nasty. And I will do everything I can to counter that as best I can. So if you appreciate that at all, get working on your book. Oh, thanks. That's a great idea. I've been writing the Sparksisms as I've been going along. It just takes longer to fill those up with cute phrases, other than making like a teeny little flip book. So if you like the kind of stuff I do, and if you like the fact that I treat the world as if it's going to continue spinning, and I don't take shit from any of these people. Like, subscribe, and share the show. If you don't, hang out. It's totally cool. I think I'll eventually bring you around. Yeah. Whatever you do, don't click the notification bell. Don't do it. Do not. Okay? I'm on at a regular time. You can find me. You don't need me interrupting your life. You got shit to do. I'm important, but only in the context of I want your life to be fun. So there. All right, I'm going to let you guys go because I went really long. Jesus Christ. I went way long tonight, but I didn't do a show, so anyways, I adore you guys. I will see you tomorrow. I got 2 shows tomorrow. Morning shows at 9 a.m. Pacific time, 3 o'clock in the afternoon tomorrow as well. I will see you guys then. Take care of yourself and take care of somebody else.